Okay, I think I found the only place in this room that looks sort of neutral. Doesn't have a bunch of this kind of shit on the wall. Or stuffed animals or something. Trying to find an angle here that's neutral. I've got TNA live stream. I've been getting into TNA wrestling recently. AJ Styles, the GOAT, AJ Styles. The six-sided ring is truly chaotic and unhinged. I think TNA kind of picked up the Southern wrestling. I don't really know what their story was or where they were or anything, but they kind of picked up the like NWA, WCW, Turner alternative to the kind of the WWF style. Something a little more small market, a little more about actual wrestling and less about characters and angles and costumes and shit. It's really about the action. The chat is on, everybody. So fire away. We lost a great one. I mean, we will talk about the Rob Reiner tragedy. I think it's fair to say. I was on Twitter on Sunday night and, doom scrolling as we are wont to do. And it showed up 2 people found dead at Rob Reiner's residence in whatever, Brentwood or wherever he lived. And they didn't really, the initial TMZ article, I think TMZ may have broken the story, said something about, it was vague. It said there were 2 victims, 78 and 68, which people were like, well, that's the age of Rob Reiner and his wife. But it was sort of purposefully vague because they, details were still kind of emerging. And I don't think, they didn't want to report anything too definite. In any case, of course I looked on Reddit trying to get the real story. That's what the internet's about. The real story's out there somewhere. It's maybe not in the official media. It's in the comments. So people on Reddit were like, the Sun did it. Before, anything even happened, you're like, what? How the fuck do these people know? And then probably about an hour later, it said something about they finally revealed, like, it's him and his wife that died. So it's kind of weird the way the details kind of come out in real time. And then, you find out they're murdered, stabbed. TMZ is really exploitative. TMZ's headlines are, like, extremely, like, Billy Crystal in tears. Leave poor Billy Crystal alone. Jesus Christ. I mean, he just lost his best friend. They made When Harry Met Sally, for Christ's sake. Have some goddamn respect. In their time of grieving. Billy Crystal is, hurting right now. You monsters. What does TMZ have against Billy Crystal? That's what I want to know. Do they have some kind of personal vendetta? Billy Crystal seen in tears leaving the... And then apparently Larry David was there as well, which is really... The whole details of it are really fucking crazy. Because what it really seems like happened was... Apparently they all went to Conan O'Brien's Christmas party or holiday party last night. And you can tell, like, Rob Reiner, he's a liberal guy. He's sort of famously outspoken. He's one of the most outspoken, I would say, Hollywood liberal. God bless him. That's what we love about Rob Reiner. I mean, he was on Twitter fucking all the goddamn time. Anti-Trump, anti-Trump. Meathead. He really was meathead. And I think he was sort of taken for granted in a way. Like, honestly, I think he's underrated in a weird way. And he was sort of taken for granted culturally. I mean, the Spinal Tap movie just fucking came out. The sequel. It seemed like he had sort of reemerged in the media over the past couple years. He had been making more movies and shit, it seems like. But, so it seems like they went to Conan O'Brien's holiday party. By all accounts, the kid was being, like, very strange. He fucking was, like, and obviously he had some kind of mental illness or something. He needed to be probably institutionalized, medicated. But Rob Reiner, was probably just trying to be like a loving dad, patient. I mean, sometimes it's like that. Some families just have a kid that's like, we don't know what the fuck is wrong with this kid, but they're just like a bad news. They're bad. They're a bad seed. And you look at pictures of this kid, and it's like he looks really fucking scary. Hello, how you doing? Do you have any questions? We're talking about Rob Reiner. R.I.P. Wraith in the chat. The kid looks disturbed. But I'm sure they were just trying to be nice and loving by taking their kid to a party. They didn't know he was going to be all fucking weird. Apparently they got into some kind of loud fight. And, sure, ask whatever you want. Ask, fire away in the chat. W in the chat, everybody. W's in the chat. But I'm going to still prattle on about Rob Reiner throughout this whole thing. So, mostly his movies. Right now, I'm just talking about the sort of gory details. Hollywood, another Hollywood homicide, big media trial or whatever, sordid. You never would have predicted, Rob Reiner, of all people. You'd think, Jesus Christ, this is the guy that's going to get, like, stabbed to death by his own kid? Like, fuck. You would never expect that. But, the end of fucking Stand By Me now seems, like, really fucking crazy about how... I always thought it was such an intense ending where they talk about what happens to River Phoenix's character. Stabbed in the throat. He died instantly. The River Phoenix character, they say in the prologue, he, like, intervened in some fight at, like, a restaurant or a fast food or something. Stabbed in the throat. It's like, I guess that's just being a compassionate person. Well, I saw a really interesting clip of Rob Reiner on Charlie Rose or something, talking about how he wanted to make a movie about the 60s, which is like a typical kind of boomer thing. But his take on it was really interesting. He was like, the 60s were really about Jesus Christ. And the 60s being all about love and kind of humanity, long hair, but also like the reaction against that, right? Like all of the people that got killed for that, right? John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, RFK, the list goes on. A lot of people got fucking crucified in the 60s. I thought that was kind of an interesting take on it. Because that does not feel like the era that we live in now. It does not feel like people are the way that people use Jesus just has nothing to do with that message of like love, acceptance, And I don't know. I guess that's it sort of seems corny or like overly simple or something, but I don't know. I think we need kind of a return to that. Well, I was listening to this John Lennon interview, and he was talking about all of the Beatles just went back to kind of all of the religious kind of texts, and all of the religious texts, if you really get down to it, are about love, right? I guess maybe that's a way of simplifying it, but it's not letting me type out my full thought, so I break it up. Love that, Leonard. All right, we got blanket forts in the chat, everybody. Look out. I mean, I was listening, they have these John Lennon diaries on fucking YouTube that are pretty crazy. It's just like him talking into a tape recorder. And I don't know. I mean, I guess that was like in the boomer kind of like largesse that they had and kind of their perception versus recognition in art. Interesting. Okay. Um, go on. In a certain way, I look at Rob. He's almost like Ron Howard, or like he's sort of like to me, he's one of these kind of like boomer filmmaker Hollywood. Ron Howard was on a sitcom, right? He was on Happy Days. He was fucking Opie. We had Opie and Meathead. Who knew Opie and Meathead were gonna be like the fucking like auteur? And they made some great fucking movies. To be honest, like Rob Reiner, he made masterpieces. I mean, I don't I don't know if you'd call him masterpieces because he's not really like somebody who imposes his kind of like he's not Wes Anderson or something where it's like all about his fucking like thumbprint. It's like that's kind of what was cool about him. It's like he made The Princess Bride. He made fucking Spinal Tap for Christ's sake. He made Stand By Me. It's like these are like great fucking highly watchable. To me, they're sort of like post Spielberg. Post Spielberg, I don't know. You feel this kind of like paterfamilias energy, like minivan dad energy, like Jurassic Park camcorder dad. And like that was sort of like what the boomers were able to do with their capital that they had living in this kind of wealthy country and the kind of legacy media and the monoculture and shit. Uh they made these kind of like suburban family magic Amblin entertainment type shit. Okay, let's see. Perception. And so like Rob Reiner, he was Meathead. It's kind of a miracle to think that somebody who was Meathead was able to become like somebody who made pretty serious fucking movies like Ghosts of Mississippi or whatever the fuck that movie is, or a lot of the things he made became like household name, like pop culture, like some of the there's dialogue from like every one of his movies that is just like part of our everyday life, and that's kind of crazy to think about. Like the dude did have like a peculiar touch. I mean, he fucking produced Seinfeld for Christ's sakes. Like he recognized the value of what they were doing and helped it kind of survive. All right, I am gonna get to this. Okay. Keep typing. In the chat. W's in the chat. And Stephen King, fucking Stand By Me is like Stand By Me is probably the best American movie about boyhood, I would say. Actually, I mean, there's not really that many serious movies in a way. Am I crazy to say that? Every movie's like a fantasy about being a fucking baseball player or Richie Rich or some shit. It's not just like Stand By Me is like, it's really about what it's like to be whatever, 10, 12 years old with your bros. It's a beautiful film. The soundtrack from Stand By Me is like so hugely influential in my life. And I know that seems like a corny boomer thing now, just like, oh, just get a bunch of fucking pop songs from the 50s and like, that it's like what could be more we just lived under the umbrella of that for so long that it's like But the effect of it kind of wears off. But those movies are like kind of underrated, actually. They're so loved and they're so like crowd pleasing that it's like, I mean, they're not Woody Allen movies. Like When Harry Met Sally is not like a Woody, it's a little bit more palatable, it's a little bit more broad, like appeal. It's less esoteric, it's less pretentious, sort of. It's more populist. Uh but it's still like a smart movie. It's a romantic movie. All right, let's see. Let's get into this. Perception versus recognition. Perception introduces reduction and the possibility of misconception. And as an artist, I want people to find my work and let it speak directly to them. Perception nowadays is corrupted by labels and arbitrary meta concepts, outside factors that derail art. I don't give a fuck about what someone thinks or says about me or my work. However, I'm still determined to find my people, not to smell my own farts. Simply the benefactor. I support the art and it flows through me. I'm the tool. Why would I make it about me? This shit people are on is just like LARPing. People LARP as creatives. It's a disease. I want to find people like me. What should I do is my question, basically. All right. Thank you for writing. Thank you. This is exciting. No one's ever actually sent in like a thought out query. Good question. Perception. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's just part of like being a part of the scene or the art world or whatever. It's like there's always fucked up games people play. And in a certain way, I think if you want to do that, you have to play the game. Like if you want to win at the game, you have to play the game. And I don't really want to play the game, but like I think it's totally possible. Like the open mics are like the way that I sort of find my people. It's like just because you don't have clout, just because you're not some big name, just because you're there, you go. Listen to Freddie Mercury and play the game. Here we are, born to be kings. It's like Highlander, okay? There can be only one. You go around cutting people's heads off, and eventually you win the game. And I would say, like that stuff can get dwarfed by like the mega culture shit, like Dua Lipa or legacy SNL. It feels like people are tracing your significance on like who you're clouded up by. Are you in XYZ venues? Are you in these museums? Are you in these galleries? Are you in something cool? Are you in something with buzz or something? How many followers do you have? Who is your audience? And I think like it's frustrating because like all of these artists are like very committed and interesting and good. There's a lot of good work being done. People who are very passionate and like working hard, talented, smart. Fucking Blanket Forts is killing it. He's really got an amazing like performance style. And so like people are appreciating that and turning on to and so it bolsters I mean that's what any creative community, somebody like Rob Reiner got to be this big iconic Hollywood filmmaker because he was a nepo baby. I mean, he was in those circles already. That's not to say that the guy's not talented or like we're not grateful for what he did. He wouldn't have gotten anywhere if he wasn't talented, right? Like he still made great fucking movies that everybody loves and are actually have some substance, but are like accessible. And they don't feel like propaganda to me. They don't feel like, if anything, he's a libtard, which I like. I don't know. I'm into that. I mean, the American president, I didn't get that far into, but he sort of was a precursor for a lot of like the American President kind of bled into the West Wing and the Aaron Sorkin thing. And Seinfeld was kind of an outgrowth of like Harry Met Sally and Castle Rock and kind of, Jewish deli humor, sitting around and, canoodling or whatever the hell they, which is great. We love that. Rob Reiner was able to take somebody like Larry David and sort of help him into a more kind of popular, the greatest fucking sitcom of all time. And so I don't know, like it would be nice to be a part of something like that that feels super fucking popular and culture shaping, culture, defining. I mean, when do you know that there are too many cooks in the kitchen? I mean, that kind of depends, I guess, what kind of project you're trying to do. Um, like I've never really been a part. I'm not good at like being a part of creative things, and I'm not really like the. I don't know. I don't know. It's like you have to listen to everybody's ideas, I guess, but uh, there has to be some kind of way to figure out what the best idea is, or like I don't know. I don't know. I do more kind of independent stuff, like I don't really fit in with a lot of scenes, like that's one reason why I do these events and stuff because it's like, yeah, you can't work with others. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I understand. I have a lot of huge problems with my own ego and like it's torturous for me to like be a part of some kind of like creative community that like there's constantly feelings of like being left out or you don't agree with what everybody else is doing and yet it succeeds anyway. The people maybe don't get the most, most of the stuff that I like, it's called like weird, which I don't really see it that way. Like maybe it is, but I just think that that's kind of the most interesting stuff. I like to collab, but it's not as pure for me. I mean, I love playing in bands and things like that. Typically, I guess there's kind of you know, a few, a single or like, I don't know. I think that's that's a project in and of itself is like getting collaborative energy. Every group is kind of its own dynamic and you have to figure out what each person is good at and what how you can use that and that I mean I think one to use the Beatles as an example again it's like they had kind of a quality control because they were tight and if something was lame it would immediately get weeded out because it would just be like that sucks we don't like but like anything that was a hook this guy would make a hook and then this guy would make a hook and then this guy would make a hook and they knew how to kind of complement each other because their personalities are kind of they figured out intuitively how to kind of use their very Paul is the workhorse. He's really the center. He's the one that's like playing all the fucking instruments, whipping everybody's ass to work. He writes most of the stuff. He's super enthusiastic. But he's also like he needs John Lennon to kind of break down the walls and kind of like be the the esoteric tight knit art communities with no bullshit is key. Interdisciplinary too, and having different tastes is key. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like the diversity is the strength. And I don't know, to me, it all starts with just like it's vibes for one thing. It is like you want people to feel good. You want people to feel like they're using, to me, that's why I do the open mic because it's like these are people using their own creativity, their own ingenuity, their own agency to fucking like make stuff and get out there and do it and they are like trying to fucking work. They're passionate, and they're doing their 10,000 hours and shit, and they want to meet others, and collaborations are born all the fucking time. That's the point. Half of the point of doing an open mic is like, I mean, most of the point, honestly, is like people meeting each other. That's what a culture is. That a culture is, like artists, musicians, writers, comedy, all of those parts are part of our culture. Filmmaking, fucking, uh, thank you. And getting that together, that is good. I think people get too much in their own worlds. Filmmakers, all they do is watch fucking movies. Musicians, they get obsessed with that, social, like family or something. There's there and having people see each other, you get inspired by somebody's lyrics or some clown thing. That's why it's important to throw that stuff at people, because it's like something they're not going to see at a regular gig. You're not going to go see bands probably at a show on a Saturday night and see like fucking clowns doing a gooning contest or a pooping contest, unless it's Guar. To me, like, it's vaudeville. It's like it's something that's like getting people together in a room and like sharing is just it just makes sense. Everybody gets to bring their, it's like a potluck, everybody brings their thing that they make, their green bean casserole or whatever the hell it is, and everybody gets to eat. It's like the sum is greater than the parts or whatever. And I don't know. I mean, I think it's perfectly possible to be an artist in the middle of fucking nowhere and never talk to any other artists at all, actually. Like, and the problem, I mean, at least for me, is like economic, right? Like, you want to make a living at least, right? That's the goal, I would say. Most artists don't necessarily even want to be some like super famous icon. It's like if they could even just make a living, I think they'd be happy. And it feels like you have to get famous to do that, or you got to be a fucking influencer or something. And this is something I also wanted to talk about, was this fucking article about well, there was a couple. One about Sov House in the New Yorker, Sovereign House. And there was this article about white millennial males, how they've been left behind. I don't want to compromise the purity of my product. I mean, I think that's fair. I don't think you have to do that. I mean, I think, you know, if something speaks to people, like, it's gonna get an audience, and then you can decide what you want to communicate, the better your ideas are and the better you execute them, like, the more people are going to respond. And so whatever you have to do that, um like, if that means being alone, like, do I think doing open mics helps me grow as like an artist? Like, I think it makes me more comfortable on stage, and that's what I want. I like being live, and I like events, and I like parties and shit. I well, also, I feel like that is something that, like, if I if I can help people have fun, like, that's good for everybody. If everybody's having a good time, that's kind of hard to come by for the last decade. Not everybody's having a great time, and it hasn't exactly been a fucking party. It's been kind of like stressful and just a endless guilt trip for a lot of it. And so I don't know. I mean, like, I think whatever you're fulfilled with, whatever you're satisfied with, if you're happy to just make work alone in the middle of nowhere, that might be kind of nice. I have fantasies all the fucking time about just like moving to some fucking house and just like working on a novel or something like that and not even, but, at least while I'm young, I want to be a kind of a part of the mix. And, I think for certain people, if you're outside of the academy or you're outside institutions or whatever, you have to figure out a way in, whatever that is. Like, I don't want to have the music be a part of a look. It's about the music itself, not the production or anything unnecessary to me. A true minimalist approach. I don't mean to overshare. I just love this. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think you can make music, like there's people everywhere that are making music, and making music is fulfilling in and of itself. It's fun to do. It's fun to play music with your friends. It's fun to sing together. Like these are basic human like enjoyments. They're basic like ways that, and like you can do that by yourself. You can do that. There's more opportunities than ever to just share your shit without interacting with anybody. In fact, there are way more people that like are successful who just make stupid fucking videos for the internet. Like you can get followers on Spotify and shit. Just put your stuff on Spotify and you can get a fucking audience theoretically if you're written up or you're in some playlist or something, it's like you don't even have to play gigs ever, really. Or like a lot of people get famous through, whatever their podcast, and then they start doing live shows. Like a lot of these podcasts like go on tour and shit. It's like, what the fuck are they gonna do? They're just gonna get on stage and like podcast. Like that's what people want to see them do because honestly, most of the audience is on the fucking internet. Most of you have way more potential, really, and you're probably more likely to get discovered, frankly, on the internet. And so if you want to be just like an individual artist, there's probably more opportunity to do that than ever, I would say, with just like Instagram, TikTok. I want to perform as well. I mean, that's the that's another thing that like you can just book gigs and just play your own gigs and most people it's just their fucking friends that come out anyway, you know? So it's like gigs are almost just like a party you're having in a bar for your friends. Unless you really are able to make something that like serves the audience. If you're able to make like I hate to use it as an example again, but like the Beatles music, it sells itself. It's like not everybody wants to do that or is aiming for that. For me, it's more about self expression and emotional catharsis and being loud and obnoxious. It's really about screaming for the destruction of humankind. That's really what my act is about. It's really like a death shriek for the extinction of humanity. But it's also about just like that's why I like doing an open mic. I don't, like it you can book shows and stuff and like that's good to like get more of a showcase for your work. That's what you should be doing. But the open mic is a nice sort of not as hierarchical, not as it's not as much of an audience spectator performer relationship. It's a little bit more of an equal, and I think it's more activating and empowering to the audience in a way. It doesn't subject the audience to like this worshiper kind of like consumer role. It's more like you get to be a part of the mosaic that is really the story. The story is like everybody's point of view. Like the story is not the New York Times or the New Yorker or some journalist or whatever. It's the story is like everybody gets to tell their own story is what the story is, and you just listen, and you try to respect that. Start your own open mic. I mean, that's really the way to go. That's really the road to success. I mean, just come out. It's Monday night at KGB Red Room in the East Village. If you live in New York City, and it's a great place to meet artists, you can just be yourself. It's not really about wearing a certain kind of clothes or something. It's more just about like being a freak. Or I don't know, like it is sort of about getting better, sharpening. I feel like even now, I'm just now starting to like have breakthroughs where I'm like starting to do what I want to do on stage. And like I'm not afraid of the audience the way that I was. That is the whole point for me. Is like I want to be able to get and like interact with the audience and work off the audience, work with the audience. So as to like dial in on something really more higher resolution, more defined, more insightful, deeper. Once again, to use the Beatles as an example, they took something where they created this kind of fervor and this positive energy, but then they used that actually to kind of blow your fucking mind. I mean, some of those recordings like are extremely serious works of art about very serious messages they wanted to put across. That honestly, I think were like for the good of humanity and like we need that. We need people that can you know, promote fucking consciousness and positivity and fucking working from higher fucking mindset rather than just like there's a lot of shit slinging out there. And so throwing poetry at people, throwing poetry at comedians, throwing comedy at poets, throwing rap at, clowns. It's and it's like we're in a place that's like extremely lucky that like we have a wealth of options and talent. I mean, the people are so talented. It's crazy. This girl played Norman fucking Rockwell last night on piano. And it was like only in New York, or it's like that person might never come back. There are people every week that show up and do something one time. It's like, wow, that was amazing. So it's really a shame that not everybody can like make it. I think that's one thing that like it doesn't really have to be that way. Is somehow like we're all able to like make a living being creative or just like doing whatever it is that like whatever service you can provide. If that means like making poetry chapbooks, then like there should be like an income for that. That's like a living wage. And you should be able to have a fucking 2-bedroom apartment. And not have to live with 4 roommates or whatever. it's a little bit harder to be a part of like a long-term artistic community because there's drama and, it's just like bands or relationships. It's like it's easy for stuff to blow up and to never talk to somebody again. uh to ghost, as it were. Thank you guys for watching. We did surpass 500 subscribers. I did. So this article about Sovereign House was just in the New Yorker. I just read it. I think it just came out since I got back on Twitter. Um, I get all of the cutting edge news. And so I read it quickly. Sovereign House is sort of like, it's kind of frustrating because I've never been there. I should disclaimer, I have never been there. It's gone now. It was like a venue, I guess you'd say. They had all different kinds of events, readings, poetry. I think they probably did plays, film screenings. They'd have talks, but it was sort of like based, let's say. To put it charitably, it was based, okay? To make it sound cool, it was based. And like I said, I never went there because I just kind of steered clear of what I perceived as like them trying to like seed MAGA culture into kind of like, the young, um, progressive, fashionable intelligentsia via this sort of like dime square foothold, all these readings that were like sort of racist, fucking homophobic. The way they describe it in the article, they were venting the frustrations of Gen Z and millennials who've been sort of bottled up by the pandemic, but also sort of like wokeness or whatever. So it was sort of the primary valve, the article says, of sort of venting this, you know, white grievance, predominantly, I would say, white male grievance. But they did it, it all does feel very coordinated to me. And shame on the New Yorker for even fucking writing about this because it is like platforming it. It is like endorsing it in a way. And I think the thing about Sovereign House is they're like libertarians. It's like they disavow the fact their politics. They disavow that they're like MAGA or they disavow that they're like Republican or right wing or fascist. They just sort of, oh, we're just libertarian. It's like that's like they're like we're not political. We're not, and I just don't think that that's true. I think there is like an agenda there, and I think it worked actually. I think New York is like sort of the fucking bastion of whatever trust fund kids and shit, and they're fucking pissed off that they're excluded and they're trolls. And I don't know. Is this bumming everybody out to talk about this? So I don't know. I feel like a weird because the whole thing is about how like they were very open about they do events and they give people a chance to like network and meet each other. A lot of the reason I feel like they wrote about it because supposedly these people that like met at Sovereign House, like it became like very impactful in like the Trump administration, like people who got jobs in the West Wing or like high up in the government, like networked at Sovereign House. Like, I mean, would that have been true if Kamala got elected? Like, maybe, I guess. Is it a think tank? Is it in some ways it is organic. They did sort of like touch a nerve and sort of vocalize, I guess. And that's sort of what this article, well, there was this corollary article that came out that's also, I mean, I guess Twitter is sort of a right wing fucking forum at this point. So both of these articles sort of popped up in my Twitter. This one was sort of about how white millennials sort of got thrown under the bus by older white generation, white guys, boomers or Gen X, to sort of like virtue signal and but also to diversify the workplace and the prestige media primarily is what the article's about. Things like the New York Times or Hollywood or jobs that people want, glamorous, clouded, cushy legacy media jobs. And there's a lot of factors, the economy changed and tech and the inflation and the pandemic and everything, and the AI and worked into that, but it was I do think that there is like truth to that narrative. It's something I've talked about a lot on this. Not, and I've been very fair about it, I think. The article is a little bit more kind of reactionary and it feels like it's being used as sort of like it's being weaponized and used on Twitter as sort of like this because it's the first time really I think I've seen anything like that maybe in since the pandemic or something. Why do people always worship the status quo and always think they are being subversive? um I'll get to that in 1 second. Just let me talk about my white male. It's embarrassing to even fucking talk about, and I do think that part of it was like millennials, we were trying to like do the right thing and shit. Like we were sensitive, about racism, about sexism. We elected Obama. We were girl bossing. We were, hashtag feministing. There's Taylor, there's Lena, there's Katy Perry. It's a complicated fucking thing. I mean, I don't want to like necessarily bore the people who are watching this live by going into it at depth because like in order to talk about it with any sensitivity, like you do have to kind of talk about it in depth because it's like it's just you know it, it was necessary in a lot of ways. It was necessary to diversify. Absolutely. Like that is a great thing. But I think the explicit, villainizing of white males was, certainly it is warranted with the history of whatever the last 5,000 years of civilization. But we have to take the fall, right? Even though, actually millennials were pretty fucking cool racially and shit. There was a lot of progressive, gay marriage and shit. And it kind of turned ugly with, cancel culture and it was a response to Trump 100% because Trump was the encapsulation of all of those things: white, male, sex offender, patriarchy, landlord, scumbag, insult comedian. And so it did make sense. It was just like the most obvious thing for the culture to do. And like I said, those are like very enviable jobs. Everybody wants those jobs. Everybody wants to write a fucking prestige TV show. Like everybody wants to write for fucking the New Yorker or fucking, wants to be in teach at such and such university or whatever. Like, and so to use it was, it did help in a certain way. Um, but I also think that's why you got the Trump reelection. That's why 56% of like Gen Z males voted for Biden in 2020, and then 56% of Gen Z males voted for Trump in 2024, right? So they famously kind of lost the young male vote. And I do think that the Sovereign House thing and the Dime Square thing and Red Scare and fucking all of this shit does kind of play into weaponizing that kind of male frustration, lost generation, right? I also think it kind of fucks the women over, right? Because we don't have jobs. No white guys have jobs, right? We don't have any good jobs for the most part. We're not on fucking tenure track. We weren't, those jobs were given to other people. And so, like, no one wants to marry a broke ass middle aged loser who is less accomplished than they are. Like, you don't want to marry down. You don't want to marry somebody that's like, and so it's like, well, you got all of the shit. You won all the fucking you won all the contests. Like, you girl bossed your asses off. And there was a deliberate effort to shut white men out. It felt like it was politically necessary and just like to do the right thing. And I will admit, like, I feel like that's what I've been trying to do for the last 10 years or whatever. It's like, you can't succeed. You can't allow yourself to just be the center of attention. First of all, it's like you're disqualified. There was like a societal, at least among the younger generations, that like this was how we were going to, and it shouldn't be weaponized into some kind of Groyper insanity, gooning or whatever the fuck. These guys had jobs, they wouldn't be jacking off all day. They'd be making money and they could have a family. They could pay their share. And so it's like we look like losers, we look like we failed. I definitely think there does need to be diversity, absolutely. And but it's also, I think people are already getting back to the point where there's less of this kind of like just antagonism to that, or like, white guys aren't all bad. You probably know some pretty nice white guys. There was too much white guy in the culture, obviously. The culture was like so white guy forever. So yeah, it did need to change, but also, women are kind of in an interesting part of this whole equation because they use it to their advantage, right? They are a part of the intersectionality. They did not get canceled, right? How many women it was looked on as like, well, that is progressive, that is diversity to bring on a hot 25-year-old, and especially if they're international and hot. Old white guys are not prejudiced about hot women. They'll hire, fucking. So I don't know. It was looked on as just like being progressive and doing the right thing. And it was. And it did feel like some weird ritual or something. It felt like a group hallucination or like a group manifestation. Like, I mean, it went overboard, and a lot of it was cringe. And like, like I saw this video the other day of like a bunch of celebrities talking about like their whiteness, and they were like apologizing. It's like, this is ridiculous. Like, I was not one of these people that was like kneeling and like like, come on, give me a break. Like, yeah, it sucks that, you know, everything that went down in this fucking country sucks. What are we going to do about it now? Let's start from, like we were sort of healing. We had a black president. We may have had a woman president. We were very close. We were very close a couple of times. We were very close to being able to accept a woman as our president instead of Donald Trump, the worst person on fucking earth, the most repugnant. And so that's what I don't like about it. I don't necessarily think you need to be like some reactionary racist. You don't need to say the fucking N word to like show that like, it's so, you're not the enemy or whatever. Like, that's just, I I get it. Like, it feels really edgy, and it is edgy. It's exactly the thing you're not supposed to do. It's like the most cancelable thing. Like, you're Michael Richards. You're in Michael Richards you're Kramer. You're in Kramer territory. But they turned it into an advantage. All of the fucking, and so in this New Yorker article, it mentions a bunch of things that are sort of like, it mentions KGB in the fucking article. It calls it a Soviet themed bar, which I guess is true, but like, that's pretty vague. Like, the New York, like, that's not exactly what what KGB bar is like notable for. Like, sure, it's sort of, I wouldn't even say it's Soviet themed. I mean, it's the Crane Gallery bar. It's Ukrainian. It's not like Soviet, really. KGB is not, the name does not mean the spy agency. It means Crane Gallery Bar. That's the story they told me. And so it's a Ukrainian bar. Before it was a bar, it was like this Ukrainian fucking like, well, in any case, the New Yorker didn't bother to fucking, really, it's sort of a very, top down look at, there's sort of like mentions characters from the downtown literary scene, almost like in the fucking or like some weird noir movie, like some kind of weird supporting cast. And, the article definitely is sort of like skeptical about Sovereign House and sort of like leftists judgmental about it, but they give them they give them a lot of print in the name of sort of like investigatory journalism and just sort of showing what's going on. But, all of that stuff does feel like propaganda to me. The guy who opened it is like a crypto. He made all his money in crypto, which I guess is not illegal, unfortunately. But like, that was something that this other article was talking about with the white guys, is like white guys had to sort of find an alternative to these prestige institutions that wouldn't hire them. So they started doing podcasts, YouTube, and crypto. And various, Twitch or whatever. That's where all the kind of like Trumper young male energy is like, I mean, the dumbest people on earth have made a lot of money in the last decade through shit like crypto and whatever the fuck it is that Logan Paul does, selling energy drinks. And so, I didn't choose either of those paths, really. I'm not a crypto enthusiast, believe it or not. I think it's really bad for human race, but and it just enables like horrible people to make money. Like anybody that made a shitload of money in crypto, they present it like it's this innocuous thing. Like, oh, this guy just wants to host like cultural events where like people can meet each other. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to be around a bunch of fucking young Republicans personally. I don't care how hot they are. And shame on these hot chicks. These hot chicks just want to be a part of something cool and wear leather jackets and shit and talk about God knows what, the N word or rape or something. It's all like the most ghastly, which I get. That's the point. The point is like, that's what's sexy about it is like we're breaking all the rules and like, oh my God, I'm talking about, you know, consensual non-consent or whatever. I am more of like a fucking hippie. I don't know. I'm sort of cringe, I guess. I'm like a theater kid. I'm a cringe theater kid. I believe in peace and love and democracy. That's another thing that the article kind of hints at is a lot of the sovereign house stuff is like condoning this idea that maybe democracy sucks and we should just hand over cities to be like these tech run freedom cities. So it did feel like Trump ideas were gestating there. The Red Scare babes were at the fucking Republican rally. They were at the Trump rally. It was hot to be a Trumper for about 5 minutes until Mamdani got elected. And now it's like people don't know what to fucking fake, what to virtue signal. What are the cool kids all supposed to do now? I mean, I never went to confessions. It mentions it in the article. I heard about it sort of peripherally, but I guess they're using this stuff in a certain way for like aesthetic purposes, or at least that's what they're hiding behind. They're using the art to sort of like art wash these really fucked up. Like, you don't have to be racist. You don't have to say the N word. Like, there's just no reason. Like, I guess that is the reason. The reason is because it's just like that's punk rock, I guess. It's like the most thing you're not supposed to say, the most hateful. I just don't agree with that. That's just not what I want to do. That's not who I am. Like, and to be honest, I don't think a lot of those people, that's why I don't know. Maybe the people that are the artists and the leaders of it know what they're doing, but it seems like the fans of it, a lot of them are like troll right wing, they'd be listening to Rush Limbaugh or something. But it's like it's been made cool to be like a fucking Nazi by these hot chicks who have a podcast. And they're using literature as a means to whitewash these, like, I don't know. I mean, Twitter is extremely racist now. It's overtly racist. And so one thing the article didn't mention was Twitter, really. It mentioned, I think, it quoted a couple of people from Twitter, which I think is dubious journalistic practice, but these are the people, like, that's what I mean. It's like you can't really talk about this without talking about Twitter, because Twitter is like where a lot of these alt lit or these sort of Nazi lit people, like, that's, I mean, I got back on it because I did think there was some kind of like literature scene on it or something. And now I just don't know that I can, like we were talking about earlier, like, I'm not one really to participate in scenes that much to begin with. You know, I always tried to figure out some kind of I always wanted to sort of check out Dime Square, but like I couldn't really figure out where it was. Where do you go? You go to Clando, you go to fucking my time in New York kind of predates that and like um there's this guy I know who bartends down. I'm kind of proud to say I've never been to any of those bars. I've never been to Clando or La Dive or any of that shit. I used to go to the Luncheonette. They used to have some kind of they had an open mic every Thursday, which was pretty dope. That place was cool. It closed or something. I don't know what the hell happened. But I've never really been like a denizen of that area. I don't go to bar. Like, what do? You just go to a bar and you chat. I guess you go to Sovereign House. You go to Sovereign House. They turned it into this. He's turning it into some kind of private club. Now it's going to cost $3,000 a year to be a member. It's like that's not really like some kind of open democratic or like it's not going to be like some place for people to meet. It's like that's an exclusive, probably right wing, or meeting organization at this point, networking opportunity, really. If you want to meet players high up in the crypto Trump regime or influencers, with fucking podcasts or I mean, it's hard to figure out where the lines are drawn. Like maybe I should have gone down there. Maybe I should have like checked it out. Uh it's like with the Monday night, it's an opportunity to just like posit something that is less well, people can say whatever they want, but like I don't really encourage, it's certainly discouraged any kind of like hate speech. Like I don't go overboard with like trying to police what people say. The audience does that generally. I mean, poetry audiences in particular are like ridiculously sensitive. They're the most woke. And so, to some degree, I did want to get away from that. Like, I don't want people to be like obsessing over saying the wrong thing or getting canceled because they fuck somebody's pronouns up. That also I felt like alienated by. And so to just kind of strike some kind of happy medium norm where like people feel comfortable whoever they are, not try to cater to as much diversity as possible. That's what New York City is, right? Like places like Queens, Brooklyn, these are like the most diverse places on planet Earth. Like it's just built in. There's gay people, there's trans people, there's people from every fucking country. Like this is an opportunity to represent that. That's a positive thing to me. Call me old fashioned. I like democracy and I don't like Curtis Yarvin. I don't like Ann Coulter. I don't care what they have to say. I don't need to listen to these freaks. I don't need to listen to Palantir CEO Alex Karp or whatever. I don't need, there's a lot of bad money in this city. Like New York kind of is a lost cause in a certain way. Like there's a lot of dark wealth. There's a lot of fucking tech shit. A lot of like pretty shitty people have made a lot of money and they own the city now and their kids. For the most part, not everybody. Some of us have jobs and somehow exist. There are still, freedom fighters. from the non-elite, the non-nepo babies, you want to be progressive. How about hiring a non-nepo baby? Hiring outside of, your family circles or whatever. Um, and yeah, and just trying to get people together. Progressive for the sake of progressive is not always good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Uh, Random question. Why do people always worship the status quo and always think they are being subversive? Why do people always worship the status quo and think they are being subversive? I mean, I think the status quo is just it's hard to fight your way out of the status quo. As artists, like that's one reason why these communities can be important because it gives us strength in like other people really committed. People moved away from their hometowns, they're away from their family, whatever they grew up around to be artists, to try to learn, to try to get better, face New York is sort of a test, to who knows if it still stands, but like it was sort of like the best of the best come here and like it's this machine for sort of weeding out if you're not the best, like you will get crushed. Maybe, I don't know. Or I don't know, the cream rises to the top or something here. The status quo is really subjective. What was the standard yesterday won't be today and won't be tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's true. We're seeing that in real time. Over the last 10 years, we've really had to adjust to a massive change in the status quo and that the cost of everything has gone up. People's expectations for what they can afford to do. Uh, yeah. I mean, the status quo is there. It's kind of frustrating. I think as artists, like you exist like in some other place. Like, who cares? like, to live outside the status quo, you must be honest. But I think most people, it's like if you're afraid, you're you want to participate in the status quo. Like, you want to be able to feed your family, you want to be able to survive, you just get a job, do whatever they tell you, figure out some way to make money. That's all that matters. Just make money. However the fuck you're capable of making money. That's what the status quo is about. It's like you don't want to be, excluded. You don't from that. You don't want to lose and die. You don't want to. It's dangerous to get outside of like the herd. It's dangerous to like try something that's not serving the status quo, playing your role, whatever the hell. But like you said, it's always shifting and people adjust or die. I mean, I think as artists, that's a tricky one because some people are just lucky in that, like, whatever their interest was or is sort of becomes more status quo. Like music now is a lot more computerized electronics, synthesizers, you know, whereas like when I was growing up, the status quo was two guitars, bass, and drums. That was the status quo. That's what everybody did. That's what a band was. Music was two guitars, bass, and drums. That is what music was. 90% of all music was two guitars, bass, and drums. That was the status quo. Now it's like you can't even hardly find that fucking band. Now everybody's a fucking DJ. I hate DJs. I'm sorry. Can I vent? I mean, I just hate DJs. I hate DJ culture. I think it's so lame that a guy standing on stage at a fucking computer is playing like festivals with like chicks in like, day glow fucking fishnets and shit on Molly. Why are they not at the open mic? Or the System Lord concert? They want to see some fucking DJ with a computer mouse for a head. That's the status quo for the tech obsessed. It's kind of like punk died. It didn't really die. It just became established. Yeah, there you go. And I've been like since the 70s or maybe even before. Yeah, now you have to. Yeah. I don't know. I think certain things remain the status quo. Like for boomers, it's like to them that still is all that matters. Boomers, it's like they still are. I mean, maybe they're into some new shit, but like, people still listen to fucking television and punk is still looked at as like, I mean, what has cultural significance mixed with like aesthetic now? Really, it's a podcast. Everything's a fucking podcast. It's like that's not really like aesthetic, really. That's just like capturing uh what's already happening. Music, I don't know. It's like architecture. It's like the vibrations you're able to create like a sound sculpture, a soundscape, and you can describe a whole world. Mall punks. Well, yeah, I mean, ideally, like we learn from these things and these things get eaten up into other things. Like punk sort of got swallowed up into like DIY zine culture, and that kind of stuff kind of shows its influence in some ways. Like these things filter down to some degree. I think a lot of those things that dictate are just like what you have to work with. Like that was the best those people could do with what they had. They weren't necessarily virtuoso musicians. There was an immediacy to it. It was a reaction against 70s. And a lot of shit is reactionary. That's something you learn as you get older. It's just like everything's a reaction to the last thing that happened. Like this whole Sovereign House is, like they said, it's completely a reaction to the pandemic, lockdowns, Trump. Trump had normalized whatever Pepe the Frog kind of fucking culture. And it made sense that it sort of got absorbed into literature. That's probably what Baudelaire would be doing. If Baudelaire was alive, he'd probably be at Sovereign House reading some fucking poem with the N-word in it. I mean, in Columbus, Ohio, in what was it, 2000 and The band was around in the 2000s, but it may have been around earlier than that. It was some guys from some other band, El Jesus de Magico or something. I forget what other band they were in. They were in some other band that was like kind of a big deal in Columbus on the, like alt fucking scene or whatever. The it was sort of proto hipster. It was edgier than hipster. It was like Columbus Cafe Bourbon Street really had an interesting world, a kind of bohemian, the whole Washington Beach, whatever the Sohud was kind of an interesting bohemia on campus, sort of like Austin or whatever in Slacker. But there was this band, they played at Carabar. We played at Carabar a bunch of times. There was this band, and their name was, I think was it Inward Lover or was it Inward F Word? It was one of those. So like the name was like incredibly offensive, right? This was like 2006 PBR trucker hat shit gaze, psychedelic horse shit. Columbus was famous for shit gaze and extremely lo-fi. I mean, it was more punk than punk. Things like Times New Viking were like, we played with psychedelic horseshit a bunch of times, and I did not get it at all. I just thought they sucked. I was like, oh, I get it. They're terrible. Like, they play cool songs and shit, but like they're not good at their instruments. That's the gimmick, right? I started to appreciate that more as I got older. But really, that was like Columbus, Ohio influence. And shit gaze. That guy, Matt Horseshit, really was like hilariously funny and interesting. He loved Audible Detonation. We were like, he was really into our band. Why did I start talking about shit gaze? But they were really just like doing punk. They were really doing Velvet Underground sort of in a way. Or the Fugs kind of, it was kind of Fugs like. Younger generations of metalheads started looking at Metallica like dad metal and not rebellious and rageful enough. So they want more. Yeah, it's crazy to think that Metallica is like this fucking like oldies. Well, like that they've been so normalized. Like there was some sense when I was younger, like metal was like, whoa, this is like crazy music. This is like kind of, it's for a certain type of person, like angry. It was on the radio and shit, but like it was like sort of a nerd culture almost. It was like Star Wars or something. It was like a niche. It wasn't like now Metallica might as well be like the fucking Doobie Brothers or something. Like they're just like dad, like you said, they're dad metal. How could there even be such a thing as dad metal? But you're right. I mean, I thought so now it's like more death metal. Well, what's going to be beyond death metal? What's even more extreme than that? Racist, fascist, Nazi metal? How far can they go? Like I said, I'm more of a hippie. I'm like a grandpa rock. If Metallica's dad metal, then the music I like is really old. So I'm super fucked. The status quo has like left me behind a long time ago. So who gives a shit? I mean, I don't know. Just be great, okay? That's my fucking assignment to you. Be great. I want to see greatness. I do think there can be greatness, and I want to help people achieve greatness. It's within us, okay? This is a self-help seminar. And like, it's not just like manifestation. It's like tapping in. Schwap. Schwap. I appreciate what Timothy Chalamet is trying to do. He's not really the most suave, but he's trying to like make it kind of like viral. He's trying to bleed into like TikTok and in these kind of natural viral spaces. He's making the publicity campaign like this like immersive performance art that like things will capture it in the world and it will spread the blimp or people wearing the fucking Marty Supreme orange shit or ping pong balls or whatever the fuck it is. It's really just a publicity blitz. But he's trying to make it like fun for people, and he's trying to play in this kind of like, this new weird virtual kind of exploitation clip farming. Aura farming, clip farming. And so it's sort of like performance art. He's sort of like a post Shia LaBeouf, but he lacks I don't know. Shia LaBeouf does have like this kind of edge. Shia LaBeouf was like all in on some crazy shit. Timothy Chalamet, I don't know. I think he's more of like a jester or something. He's cool. We like him. He's okay, I guess. I don't know. He's there's sort of an internet backlash a little bit to the way he's been acting recently. My live stream is a Timothy Chalamet fan. Well, I did want to talk a little bit more about Rob Reiner because I mean it is kind of a big. I mean, just the movies. I mean, Spinal Tap. You can call it the greatest, the funniest movie ever made, and you're not wrong. There's a few movies maybe you could say that about, maybe Caddyshack, maybe Airplane, maybe Naked. I don't know if Naked Gun is necessarily on that, but Spinal Tap is definitely one of them. Spinal Tap is one of the movies. Maybe Young Frankenstein or Blazing Saddles. One of those, maybe. There's certain movies that you're like, oh, yeah, that's the funniest movie. Like, definitely Spinal Tap is so infinitely, every line in that movie is tattooed into my soul. Rob Reiner, if you're out there listening, every fucking syllable of goddamn This Is Spinal Tap is written in my fucking life book. And a lot of them are written in the life book of the culture. This Goes to 11, or there's tons of shit in Spinal Tap. And that was Rob Reiner. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know if you would say that he invented the mockumentary, but maybe he did. McKee said Fellini invented the mockumentary, but I mean, Spinal Tap really was kind of a genius way of immersing in those characters and using improvisation to actually tell a story. And as an acting project, it's like these guys were in character. They lived those fucking characters and came up with the dialogue. And I mean, good God, like every line in Spinal Tap, Jesus Christ. And now or at least I don't know if this is still true, but every TV show was basically a rip of that. Every TV show, The Office, Parks and Rec, they were all like these fake documentary style Cannibal Holocaust. I've heard about Cannibal Holocaust. I've never seen it. My friend Corbin, I remember talking about it in high school. I think he said something like every frame of it was like traumatizingly graphic, and I'm not really into horror movies, actually. Believe it or not, I'm a pussy. You may have guessed, but oh The damn TNA live stream ended, so now I'm back to WCW. For those who are just tuning in, I've got wrestling over here on my other computer that I'm watching. That's Raven on Nitro. Talk about the status quo. Would that we could just go back. Can they just keep making Monday Nitro in the mid 90s forever? The greatest, I mean, my Nitro might be the best wrestling show ever. For my money, if I had to pick one wrestling show, well, it might be Nitro. There's a certain like camp value because there's an aspect of it where it's just like so bad that it's kind of awesome. And I don't know, just graphically, I think aesthetically, actually Monday Nitro is aesthetically the best looking wrestling show probably ever, I would say, to this day. You think younger generations just most emotionally numb to violence? LOL. I mean, a lot of the wrestling now is extremely fucking gory and violent and kind of macabre. I mean, Nitro is not gory. It's not. There's no barbed wire and shit on Nitro. There's no fluorescent light bulbs. Now it's like everybody's like doing these weird like fluorescent light bulb spots. Like, are you fucking crazy? Cannibal Holocaust. I mean, it does sound like an incredible. I mean, that's one of the greatest titles. Was Rob Reiner a producer on that, or was he involved in Cannibal Holocaust in some way? Probably not. We're talking about The Princess Bride here. I mean, he cast Andre the Giant, for Christ's sake, you know. That's pretty magic. That's a magic touch right there. And I think he sort of started as like an alt comedian. And, you know, I was on Tubi. It's weird that Rob Reiner fucking got murdered of all people because, like I said, it did seem like he was in the media more. You know, like the Spinal Tap movie just came out and he directed it. You know, it wasn't a Christopher Guest movie. He's in it a lot. And I think it's felt to me like he wanted to sort of, I talked about it on my live stream a few months ago. I talked about how Rob Reiner was sort of back. Or it felt like he wanted to be famous. Like people didn't know him as Meathead. No one's seen that. You know, no one's seen Meathead. Talk about the status quo changing, you know, like All in the Family for people in the 70s was like, it's still I watched All in the Family when I was a kid. It was on TV Land or some shit. There was like a year or two, 97, 98, where like I watched All in the Family like a lot. And it's still, there needs to be like an All in the Family now. Like, because it's really for a sitcom, that show's about as like profound as any fucking sitcom ever got. It's just like it really affected the culture, I think. And it made Rob Reiner like famous as Meathead, right? Which he, you know, skillfully parlayed into like a pretty amazing directing career, which I think is phenomenal. But I was on Tubi a few months ago and I watched this fucking movie. I forget what it's called, but it's Rob Reiner and Penny Marshall. It's like from the 70s. And it was sort of interesting. I didn't really pay that much attention, but I kind of had it on in the background while I was doing other stuff. And it was sort of like a Annie Hall movie. It's about a guy, I don't know, they meet in high school in like the 50s. So it's like a lot of boomer stuff. It's like nostalgia and sort of tracing their timeline through these kind of like heavily branded decades, you know, like the 50s. They're in high school and they're wearing these ridiculous like tuxedo to the prom and dancing to that music and shit. And then it sort of follows them through the 60s into the 70s. I forget. It's sort of like a When Harry Met Sally story because it's like they're sort of like dating or not dating or friends and it was interesting to see, you know, things that would later become these more kind of like hewn Hollywood kind of like classic film ideas. Sort of, I think it was even a TV movie or something. It was not, the production value was not super high. So it felt like probably like a step in his career between like All in the Family and When Harry Met Sally or something, where it was like sort of his version of Annie Hall or something, but like made for TV with Penny Marshall. She's on fucking Laverne and Shirley. He's Meathead. He was a writer on Smothers Brothers, so I think he started out like with the Committee or something. He started out like I think doing improv or like sort of like, it's almost like he was like a UCB comedian or something, I think. He was sort of like one of the, hippie LA. He probably did shit with Wavy Gravy and shit. And then he got a job on Smothers Brothers with fucking Steve Martin and Super Dave, Bob Einstein. The Smothers Brothers was sort of like this, I don't know, Mr. Show or something of its era, where it had all these talented people that would kind of go on to other stuff. I don't know, it's Mr. or Dana Carvey show or something. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's weird to me that because when the news articles reported they just said, I mean, People Magazine just said Rob Reiner's son killed him and his wife. And it's like, allegedly, like he probably did, but like, you know, is he alive? Because I mean, if he's alive, it's like there's going to be a trial theoretically, uh, like People Magazine just going to come out and be like, his son did it. It's like, whoa, they didn't come out and say OJ killed his wife, did they? Like, it's like, I mean, yeah, the son probably fucking did it, but like, do they know? How do they know? Did he confess? Like, I was a little surprised the journalistic integrity of fucking People Magazine. And it's, I mean, obviously that's what happened. When this, like I said, when the story was coming out, the details were vague, and there was some sense maybe it was like, because they said the LAPD robbery unit was like reporting, and so you're like, fuck, did their house get broken into and they got killed or something? Like, but it seems pretty likely that the son did it. I mean, when you look at pictures of him, he looks scary. I mean, he looks real scary. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do in that situation, really, when one of your kids is that uh troubled. Was that a Hollywood thing? Like, you do see that from time, like I've heard Michael Douglas's kid is like really, or you hear about this. It's not just Hollywood; it's rich people. The kids can get into too much trouble. They can get drugs. They can get whatever they want, and like they go berserk. Hollywood, I'm sure, is a whole other dimension because there's resentment about how successful your parents are and sort of how fawned over they are and all this, how famous they are and shit. Trying to get out from under that probably, can affect you uh in negative ways. I mean, this something like this was pretty unthinkable. It seemed to like come out of nowhere. And like I said, I just feel like they were loving liberal people trying to do the right thing. I knowing nothing about it, speculating on this thing that's really none of my business at all. His dad lived to be fucking 98 or something, 96. Like, he probably would have lived a long time. He was still making movies. He fucking, directed The Bucket List. He helped popularize the term bucket list. We watched this movie Alex and Emma a few months ago. Luke Wilson and Kate Hudson, or I didn't really pay that much attention to it. I wasn't really. Ashley was into it. It was a Rob Reiner movie. So, a life well lived. He made some, like I said, he's like Soderbergh or something. He made all these different genre fucking films and um Stand by Me, classic. Princess Bride, classic. Okay. He didn't deserve that. Jesus Christ. And well, the Trump statement, I mean, not that I guess anything else needs to be said about it, but like Jesus Christ. Like what a piece of shit. Like, I don't know. I mean, there's obviously people that are never going to jump off the Trump fucking train, but like what he said was fucked up. Like who does that? Like I mean, I get it. Rob Reiner was very outspoken about Trump, and Trump just like viewed him as like one of the ultimate of his enemies. And Trump is not the kind of guy that's going to mince words about how he feels about people after they're dead. I mean, look at John McCain. So it's just amazing how long the tweet was. It's like he had this fucking like essay about Rob Reiner all of a sudden. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. You're the president. Don't you have better shit to do? Like, fuck. You're just gonna fucking sound off about this guy that just got murdered by his own son. Like, god damn. That's pretty savage. Pretty based. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's some kind of out of some fake sense of decorum, but like, good God. That's plenty of reason to not support the guy. Is that kind of congruity to his own being a piece of shitness. Like, haven't you seen Stand By Me, Trump? You love movies. You've never seen fucking Harry Met Sally. You've never seen fucking Meathead before. You've never seen Spinal Tap, Trump. You didn't like fucking Sex Farm or Big Bottom. Come on. We know you like fucking Spinal Tap, you son of a bitch. Yeah, so RIP to giant of the entertainment. I mean, it's just another kind of like weird um dark thing in LA this year. These murders, it's like Manson or something. They leave a mark. LA is full of these kind of tragedies. OJ, Manson, Sharon Tate, Kobe Bryant. That wasn't a murder, the Kobe Bryant thing, but like the fact that he just like went down on a fucking helicopter is like really fucking sad. Black Dahlia, like there's these things that like loom over LA for some reason. New York, you get killed, it's not a big deal at all. They just move on real fast. It's news for a little while, but no one really can pay much attention. They just walk over your body and you're replaced in 5 minutes. But LA, people were, so it's like, first the Pacific Palisades fire thing. What did Billy Crystal do? Poor fucking Billy Crystal. His house burnt down. His best friend got killed by his own son. Is this because Billy Crystal did blackface? What did he do? Make delightful films that entertained millions for decades. Fernando, is this because of Fernando's Hideaway? Watch those SNL episodes from 1984. Billy Crystal rocks that fucking studio. I hate to say it. I don't know how he did it, but he had something going on in the 80s. So, no more Rob Reiner, no more Castle Rock magic, I guess. That sucks. Stand by Me, it's one of the all-time, but it's all, it's also just kind of like a Hollywood, like there's nothing, it's not like a Godard film. There's nothing pretentious about it. But it's about something meaningful. It's about maturing and friendship. He said he wanted to make a film about friends supporting each other. You know, the Gordy character lives in the shadow of his father. His dad kind of like overlooks him or something, and so his friends are what help him. That's what Stand by Me was about to Rob Reiner. That's a Hollywood, that's a smart way of looking at it. There's a reason why the guy was able to make these successful, beloved, people still watch these movies. Something like The Princess Bride, I think, has only gotten more popular and more, beloved, actually, which is kind of curious. Because they're interesting movies. It's not, there's special effects in it, but it doesn't overdo that. It's kind of more about the characters and the actors and the dialogue. And I mean, the costumes and everything are there, but it's not like a Spielberg film. It's not like that was a I remember Terry Gilliam saying he wanted to do Fisher King because he didn't want somebody like Rob Reiner to do it and make it like very safe. I don't think Terry Gilliam liked The Princess Bride. I think he thought it was like defanging these fairy tales, which were kind of dark and twisted and, kind of scary or something. Princess Bride is not. I mean, I don't know. It's an emotional movie, like there are stakes. There's definitely like, you want the hero to win or whatever. But it's not the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus or whatever, where it's like more about the images and the fucking effects or whatever. Everybody tuned out. Cannibal Holocaust. It's like the is this because I didn't want to talk about Cannibal Holocaust? Okay, well, I'll probably go till 2 hours maybe. Should I talk more about the Sovereign House now that everybody's left? Now I can really unload on my true thoughts about. It's crazy when I do this. I literally just stare at the number. That's like how many people watching. Right now it's a 0. The whole time I'm doing this, I'm just staring at the number, waiting for it to go up. Or just to see how many. I mean, I had 4 people watching for the majority of this. That's pretty good, I would say. What is the weather like out there? Is it cold or 28? Tomorrow's going to be a little warmer. Nice. I've got a reading Friday. If anybody's out there, reading Friday in Park Slope, Rogue Loon reading series. Not affiliated with Sovereign House or anything in any way. I mean, I suppose these are the hands that are shaping the culture for better or for worse, but I guess I see it as being for worse. I mean, is this the natural momentum of where our country's going? Just like into this kind of fascist white reactionary trying to preserve the, demographics or whatever, or at least like not get wiped out, or, why does it have to be this battle of the races and the nationalities, and um maybe America like invites that. Maybe America is like the battleground for that. It being this sort of disputed stolen land. It makes it more legitimate that, yeah, it should belong to everybody. It shouldn't be like the domain of white dudes, and it should be, s- a but uh it seems like, the purpose of like the literary or whatever direction of that. I mean, I think for one thing, it's just energy. These people are gathering around this energy that's like dark. It's dark. To me, it's like the dark side, in Star Wars. It's like Anakin Skywalker or something. It's like it's dark magic, you know. Not that that's a bad thing necessarily. I mean, I heard somebody say it's about balance. Maybe this is just thing balancing. Um, whatever the faults of woke politics might be, I do think it's like it was necessary, and like I definitely think it could balance, right? I think this article, I retweeted it. I retweeted the article about, let me look at the exact title of it. Um The Lost Generation from Compact Mag. Beginning in 2014, Prestige Industries decided they urgently needed to diversify. They didn't purge established boomers. Instead, they did everything possible to avoid hiring white millennial men. This is a story of a generation derailed by DEI. And then I quoted it. This is from the article. If you were 40 in 2014, born in 1974, beginning your career in the late 90s, you were already established. If you were 30 in 2014, you hit the wall because the mandates to diversify didn't fall on older white men who still wield enormous power. They landed on us. So, I mean, Twitter, I think it seems to me like all of the woke people left. And then they're probably on Blue Sky or just living their lives happily. They have jobs. They don't need to be on fucking Twitter. They have prestige jobs. Um, and Hollywood is definitely like one of the most obnoxiously, like woke kind of like, you know, finger pointy kind of places. And, being that Twitter has sort of been purged of all the woke, that's probably part of the reason why Elon Musk bought it. Or it's a happy effect for him, I'm sure. It's like all of the woke people. I mean, Twitter was extremely woke. It was kind of insufferable, actually. It was the place, I would say, where like a lot of the more nitpicky aspects of like wokeness like went berserk. Every fucking tweet was like this hypercritical microscopic analysis of whatever, and but also just like this kind of vengeful bashing of white guys and hetero culture, cis hetero. I mean, everything was just villainizing normal sexual relations between a man and a woman, basically. Everything was just like, and it was hard to have sex. It was just like nobody wanted to have sex with a man. Men were bad, men were trash, men were toxic masculinity. And my entire live stream has if go back to any of the episodes, and it's all sort of like trying to offer a mediated point of view that acknowledges both and tries to incorporate both. Like, we need the progress, we need the diversity, we need the not just whiteness, white maleness. But it's like a lot of white males were still in power. Like, look at the New Yorker. It's David Remnick. He's still the editor. He didn't fucking step down. But it's like, well, they weren't going to hire any new white guys. If you're under 40, you're fucked. But if you're grandfathered in, then you're still like making this decisions. You're still calling the in poetry. That's all it is. It's like, if you're Gen X or older, in 2000, like he says, in 2004, people were not obsessed with just like excluding all of you entire based on the fact that you're white male. You were disqualified for basically the last decade, the prime, of our lives. So we had to go to the open mics or whatever. Not that I was ever going to be accepted. I didn't necessarily expect that. But it certainly didn't help. It's not entirely our fault. It's like there was a concerted decision made. Literally, this was like a consensus, sort of implicit, agreed upon thing. Like, we're going to give these jobs to women. Women are victims. They're not the perpetrators. They're innocent. Women are innocent. They're part of the diversity initiative. Doesn't matter if they're white, doesn't matter if they're affluent, doesn't matter if their parents were fucking rich, doesn't matter if they're nepo babies. They get a pass. They're oppressed because they're women. And social media hasn't helped either. Social media has only sort of thrown the gender balance even further out of whack, where it's like women can get power on social media and get validation in life and in social media. It's just like social media doesn't really do a lot for men. It's really lonely and sad, and that's why they're all on Twitch or playing video games or whatever instead of Instagram, because like it doesn't do anything. They're not sexy chicks. Nobody wants to look at them, or nobody wants to support them because they're women or diversity or whatever. It's like, if you're a white guy, it's just like, forget it. You're the bad guy. And so this article is really, but so like this article is the first thing I've seen that kind of like vocalizes, a dissenting opinion in this manner. And Twitter being purged of all of the woke people. It's like it's the people that are left are the fucking like reactionary, right wing, fascist sympathizer, edge lord, white people. I guess, it's the same people at Sovereign House. It's the same people, and they gravitate towards that. I've never really fit in with that, like being on the golf team or in school. It's like I felt at odds with the Kevin McAllister world that I was like in. If you were up the hill and you were some suburban like normie white kid with Republican parents, like I was not like you. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's like my parents were like bohemian hippies that could afford to be that because of the post-war boom. It was cheap to live, and so you could have a family and like play in a band, and that's how you like support it. Like, in a bar somewhere, like not like on tour with some famous thing, but just like you could be a local musician and like I can feel that we're gonna lock in. or locking in. It's happening. It's going to happen very soon. I'm going to go play some chicken nuggets tonight. I'm going to treat myself to some chicken nuggets. Um, I don't know. The futurists were fascists. Ezra Pound was a fascist. Ezra Pound would probably be at Sovereign House reading his fucking cantos about gooning and groypers or I don't know what. Angelicism. I mean, part of it is like I don't really take any of those people that seriously as writers. So it's kind of almost just as much about that. It's almost just like an aesthetic distinction. It's like there's nothing for me there, really. I don't really care what they have to say because I don't think they're good writers. At least not like aesthetically speaking. Like aesthetically speaking, like what they're doing is pretty basic, actually. Like I did watch because I don't know, I think it was on the Angelicism YouTube page. I watched this fucking Peter Vack reading at Sovereign House. There's a video. It's Peter Vack live at Sovereign House. I think they streamed it on Twitch. I think they had a Twitch page or something. And it was definitely like effective. Like I can see how everybody there probably walked away thinking, "Wow." It was a lot of like net speak, kind of like defining current culture in these kind of trendy buzzword terms, but it was very like repetitive. The form of the poem was like very repetitive. Every line started the same. I forget what it was, but like formalistically it was not really interesting at all. It was very like basic poetry stuff you'd learn in high school or whatever. It didn't get beyond that stylistically, other than the fact that it was a bunch of like extremely contemporary kind of like slang and like hypothesizing about, I don't know, whatever, internet Nazi poetic culture, dime square, whatever the hell it is. I don't know. I'm old. Um, and so, yeah, I just don't really fuck with the writing. And the New Yorker article was not really about that. It didn't really emphasize the fact that like literary efforts are kind of the core of this in a weird way. Matt Gazda, they interviewed Matt Gazda, and it's like, yeah, I mean, all those people are the usual suspects of that milieu. I don't know that I'd want to be that. Like, do you really want to be the guy in the fucking article where they interview? Like, is that when they talk about New York 30 years from now? Maybe they will be talking about that. Like, will they be talking about like the bravery of Sovereign House people to just like spew this kind of, ex- you know, extremely antagonistic provocateur? It's sort of like Kanye energy. It's dragon, but I don't. It feels like it comes from a more pathetic place than that. It does not feel like it comes from a place of like bravery or courage. It feels from like a snide, like waspy white Republican, like David Spade and PCU. It feels like it comes from Tucker Carlson. It's like if Tucker Carlson wrote poetry, fucking it would be at Sovereign. Like fucking that Spectre Poets just had a poem by Curtis Yarvin. And so people on Twitter were talking about the Curtis. It was, the Curtis Yarvin poem was really whack. It was very highfalutin and Wait a minute, what was the fucking thing you just retracted? What was the thing you were gonna say? Um, and so I don't know, maybe these people are all failed artists like Adolf Hitler. They're failed poets who don't know how to deal with it. Curtis Yarvin, failed poet like Hitler. Does the end justify the means, like bad for good? Fuck, I don't know. No. I mean, to me, the means are like all there is. It's all means. I'm not really an ends person. My goal is to like make everybody have a good time. I mean, okay, the end justify the means. That sounds like something that just like shitty people say as an excuse to treat people shitty and like grind people out. Uh, but I don't know if you've got to do things for the good of more people. To me, it's more about that. It's like I'm trying to do as much good for as many people. And so if the end is trying to do that and I have to do something bad, I don't know what that would be. I don't know. That's like it's hard to say. I'm not really like a Machiavellian guy, I guess. I'm more of a Catholic where it's like it matters how you treat people, whether they realize it or not. I mean, I think if people really looked at the way that I treated them versus like, I don't know, my reputation or the way that my demeanor, I treat people well, generally speaking. Like, I do try to like give people what they want or something. I don't know. Or is that people pleasing? I think at the end, the process matters just as much as the result, maybe even more. Yeah, I mean, the process is all there is, like work every day is process. Every day is getting food to eat, making money, building something, collaborating, writing. Um, as writers, there was this Bukowski video where he's talking about writers are the worst people in the world until they get to the page. Like writers are kind of conceited, self-centered. They're constantly fighting for w- time to work. As a writer, you've got to constantly fight people out of your life to make time to write, and you're using everything for your stories. You're always absorbing stuff. You're always um but then when you get to the page, you want to act like you're the best person in the world. You want to act like you're this woke, liberal, like giving, caring. I mean, in that sense, like being an artist, making art, I think you have to fight a lot of things in this society to even do that. There's so much discouragement coming from everywhere, whether it's financial or just people's opinions. People think unless you're some kind of like virtuoso savant talent that like you have no business making art. Unless you're some kind of like freak that they want to pay money to observe, like your freak, you know, savant ability in like you paint photorealistically or you can play guitar super, impressively or whatever it is. You have to be able to do something. It's like whatever. Um I think in that sense, it's like, I don't know. To me, in that, I've had to probably be like kind of a selfish person to even like, I mean, being a poet, Is there anything more selfish than being a poet? Like, it's outrageous. But it's also kind of giving. It's another kind of giving. You know, everybody serves a different role. And to me, it's like I'm trying to encourage that. You know, I want to encourage more people to make art and be peaceful and creative, create with, you know, a sense of like, you know, compassionate light or, you know, I think to the Sovereign House people, that would be like super cringe and pathetic. But I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I kind of steered clear. I feel kind of like Liam Neeson in Gangs of New York sometimes. He's like this old Irish priest in downtown New York. And then there's Bill the Butcher and the nativists. And you're just trying to be this kind of like Bells of St. Mary's, Bing Crosby, like father. I feel like Liam Neeson that I always piss myself. There you go. Did he piss himself in the Naked Gun movie or something? How could I show you my music? Do you have music online or do you post it to Bandcamp or Spotify or SoundCloud or anything? I mean, I would say here's what I've learned from it's on your channel. Okay, it's on your YouTube channel. All right, I'll look at it right now. Can I look at it right now? Do you mind if I look at it right now? I'm opening it up right now. Okay, Wraith. All right, 12 subscribers. Wow, okay. An hour and 10 minutes. How did you find this live stream, by the way? Did you just find this through um just like random YouTube? All right, I'm going to play this, everybody. I hope you are able to hear. What should I play? Do you recommend anything to start with? How about Crap to Tat? 55 minutes. I like it. I like long form. All right, I like these titles. Master Computer. That's a good title. Okay. Death USA. Nice. Wow, you got a lot of stuff on here. Nice. Okay. 7 days ago. 1 month ago. 4 weeks ago. Do you recommend I start with anything or whatever you want? Okay. Let me see. Superhero. Are they all uh, deep sea mechanics? Yeah, good titles. Let's see here. Maybe I'll listen to one of these long ones. Let's see what this is about. While I'm watching WCW, Terry Funk versus Ric Flair. Okay. My reaction video. Okay. Guitar? Is that you playing guitar? Are you playing drums and shit? All right. Sounds nice. Okay, sounds nice. A reaction video. Heavy. Wow. Wow. Got those big gaps. Kind of a rock and roll sound. You got that cymbal going on. Is that the right cymbal? Then you crash that ass. Kind of sounds like Rush a little bit. Tom Sawyer. Can you guys hear that? This is Hunter Zero Late. Can you hear what I'm saying, or can you hear any? Is that just fuck this sound all up? Let's try one of these shorter songs. Trying to rap. Okay. Um, let's try Master. Well, that's a long one. Let's try a shorter. Let's try Everyone is After Me. Let's see what this is like. Everyone is After Me is what we're listening to now. Okay, Hunter. Oh, that's somebody else's name.
sound effects from video games. Pretty dope. Yeah, that's pretty hardcore. Yeah. All right. Nice. Digging into that shit. Yeah.
Nice. It's pretty fucking hardcore. Let's try this one. Void talk. What did Jesus say in chain it was? The last one. You made this one void talk? Void talk is new. It's rap. Okay. It's rap. Nice. Yeah, it sounds good. I mean, fuck. I don't know. I mean, that's the whole hustle is trying to get people to listen. How do you get people to listen? How do you get people to pay attention? How do you break through? Sounds good to me. Sounded nice. You made that on a computer or void talk? It was clean. Was that like some kind of like sample cello or something? That bum 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 bum. Uh Ric Flair just got pile drove in the concrete. I mean, just by virtue of doing the open mic, I almost feel like one of those guys in New York in like the old days with a big cigar and like all these people are like coming through your door and you're like some kind of talent. You're like, well, you're never gonna get anywhere in this business. And because you just see the droves and droves and droves of artists that come here from their long trail all over the world to throw their hat into the ring and kind of show off and showcase. And how do you get attention? How do you get written up? How do you get a fucking article in the New Yorker? I guess you got to put some people in the fucking fascist regime. Um, it's just so unfortunate that the literary scene during my time as it materializes downtown, or it has existed, is like this sort of like pseudo right wing cover fucking front. And so all these people are sort of getting rewarded. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing about literature that says it has to be like inherently left or something, or I don't know, nice. But it's not, like I said, it's not really literature. It's like a bunch of hot people that want to have magazines, that have series, that, New York is so exclusionarily expensive. There really is not a class conversation happening here, at least not until Mamdani. Now all of a sudden everybody is class conscious. But this is something I have been talking about for years on the fucking internet. And how many I have two people watching. So like you said, you sort of have to just travel with the status quo. Like these people are getting attention because Trump is the fucking president. And it feels like, there's some kind of like pipeline. There's a dime square to DC. They said something about the sovereign house in this fucking place in DC literally had the same social circle, to the point that it was like an overlap. The same people that are hanging out at Sovereign House are hanging out at this fucking place in Washington, DC, which I find kind of odd. Because, as woke as a lot of the institutions and whatnot in New York are, I mean, the dime square thing feels like opposed to that. And, you know, wants to be sort of maybe not like a threat, but, kind of an ominous, like, opponent of that, or it's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe the, Brooklyn poetry scene is not affecting, political or social change in that way. There's no pipeline from fucking, Pete's Candy Store, fucking whatever, to the White House that I'm aware of. So that's part of the reason for the article. Um, is like these, that's part of the significance, is like people from this, it's a characteristic. They've gone on to like this prominence in the White House, in culture, politics, whatever, business, crypto. This is where they met. This is like their social club. This is where they hear ideas. They listen to fucking Peter Vack poetry reading, or Curtis Yarvin poetry reading. Anybody who would go to a Curtis Yarvin poetry reading, I just feel sorry for you. Like, you're just getting sucked into your friends like bad poetry. Like, there's a million readings like that. Or I don't know, people like that usually have the decency to not read in public. Like normally, for the most part, people that I see read poetry, like, yeah, they have a right Like what they're doing is not like embarrassing. Like they have something to say. They have creativity. That is not how I felt about the Curtis Yarvin poem. I felt like this is like amateur. This is like a hobby for this guy. He's sort of like trying to ape these classical tropes in a what he perceives as a contemporary way because it's like a long skinny poem. There was some rhyme, internal rhyming, and you can tell he's like a sort of a poetry nerd. Like Curtis Yarvin, he did have a little bit of technique. You could tell he's probably read William Carlos Williams or something. Maybe even Eileen Miles. But it wasn't really anything. It was pretentious, the way that it aspired to like this poetic language. It was like purple prose or something almost. I think crisis participates change. I want to be that crisis. Outside of that, I play no games. I see honesty in you. That's why I'm still here. So thank you for this. All right. Well, thank you for watching. Do you do shows or anything, or do you want to do shows, or I recommend just booking a show, getting your friends to come, or play a show at your house. To be honest, that's where all the real art happens. I mean, that was something. Okay, so there's this guy I know who's a bartender in Dime Square, and he was sort of in on the beginning of it. I won't name any names, but he lived in Columbus when I was in college, right? And so he was a part of this thing, Monster House, which I never went to, but it was like a house venue on campus. I didn't live on campus. I lived at home. And so my college experience was not like somebody that came from out of town to Columbus to go to college, lived in a dorm or lived in on campus. Like my shit was way more like you know, Caddyshack or something. Like I lived with this in a with my family in this house and it was loud and um but that being said, like he had a tweet the other day, this bartender who's also an artist, about how he learned everything, and this guy is he's like friends with the Red Scare people and stuff. Like he's close friends with them. He's been friends with them for a long time. And he's one of their gays. Maybe. I don't know if that's fair to say. He's one of their gays. I think maybe. That's not maybe too, not that I have any right to speak on this at all, but he had a tweet about he learned everything he knew from house shows in the Midwest in the 2000s, at Monster House specifically. This place, it started at Ohio State. I think it moved to Bloomington, Indiana, and it was sort of like they had a press. Their press was kind of trying to be wave press. So they published like, they'd have poetry. I was aware of it when I was in college, and I knew some of the people that read there and did some things there, some of the bands and shit, because they'd have bands and they'd have, um, not that that's any revolutionary idea, but we're talking this is like 2005, 6, 7, 8, house shows, emo bands, that dyed emo swoop that everybody had, Hot Topic clothes. Um, we have nostalgia for that time in a way now. Maybe it's just because we're old. But it's also like, I don't know. That is, to me, that is where art happens. Every like bohemian artist scene that's generating work, that's what it looks like. It's like some house that somebody has. All the artists are hanging out. They're having a party. Like that's why I do parties. Like the party is, if people are there to party. They're there to drink. They're there to have a good time. And then you got some art there, perfect. You got some music, beautiful. It's like a happening. It's like what could be more joyous? What could be more fun? Get a house, have artists live in the house, have parties at the house, show your work in the house, have bands play in the house, have a gallery in the house, show movies in the house, like do theater in the house, do poetry readings in the house. Like it makes perfect sense in a landscape that's like increasingly bereft of third spaces, and any kind of commercial space is like expensive and hard to get a lease or whatever, or you got to have zoning or whatever. People don't like a lot of art. They don't like parties. They don't want sometimes, they don't want a lot of people smoking out front of whatever. But it's like, to me, that's almost like the ideal, actually, is like a house show. I think a house show is like the purest form of like presenting your music or like your work, maybe even. It's not, you know, commerce. You're not there to make money. You're not there to sell drink. This is the one, I wouldn't say it's an issue, but it's an aspect of live music that you or live whatever that you have to take into account is like you're there to sell beer. That's my dad was in bar bands. It's like being around that culture, I learned very young. It's like your job is not to play, they're not the bar is not hiring you because they love your music, really. They're hiring you to bring a crowd in that will drink because they're a bar and they have to sell drinks. So it's like it's not necessarily the most, it's capitalism. It's not completely, like this innocent venue for, hey man, my best friend Alex D'Agostino started. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Happy 30th birthday, Alex D'Agostino, the only person we've ever published on Easy Paradise Instagram poetry account. So happy birthday. Have a great decade. Hope it's a great one. Thanks for watching. Um, that's my Cameo appearance. That's me on Cameo right there, like Mark McGrath. How sad is it that celebrities have to do fucking Cameo? I look at these, like, I see these TikTok videos of like celebrities will be at some convention in like Pittsburgh. It's like, I haven't seen you in a movie in 20 years. And yet here you are at a fucking convention. And like, how much are they paying you? How could they possibly be making money off of having, some of them are like good actors and shit. You're like, Richard Dreyfuss is at a fucking convention in like the middle of nowhere. Like, why? Doesn't he have, can't he won an Oscar? Can't he get a job? He's got to sign autographs in like a Radisson hotel for like $50 or something. It's insane. We went to MonsterCon in LA and Danny Glover was sitting there like signing autographs and like meeting people. It's like, why? You're a legend. Don't you have like a Beverly Hills mansion? Like, what the fuck? Danny Glover is like reduced to like meet and greets at like the Marriott Holiday Inn Express or whatever the fuck this is. The Hyatt Convention Center. It's sad what happens to people in show business. But I think like you can't look at any of it. Like any kind of performance is like holy. It doesn't matter how many people are there. It's all sacred. If you're like doing a performance, what you're existing outside of the status quo, like God bless you. I feel like I live in that space. Like my mistake was to believe that like I could exist within the status quo. Like we actually thrive outside of it, I think. If you're an entertainer, Like, you need to get into bars, you need to get out there, and you need to get, you know, that's part of the reason of living in New York is like there's an audience here. There's tourists, there's people that come into this city to experience culture. It's your job to entertain them and get their money. That's what the Showtime dudes on the train do. That's what Elmo does in Times Square. That's what the Naked Cowboy does. It's like it's your job to be the local flavor, and you get money for that. Like, people come to New York for flavor, for P. Diddy's flavor camp. That's right. I'm still talking, everybody. 2.5 hours later, I'm still running my fucking yap. Yapping away. We're having a great conversation with Wraith here. Check out his music. It's in on his channel. If you're in the chat, go to Wraith's channel and check out his music. Do you do live streams? I mean, most live streams are more popular than this. I hate to say it, but there's people out there doing practically nothing with way more of an audience. My shit is more for kind of like exennial, disenfranchised, former DIY lo-fi shit gaze house show, aging millennials. Can you even do house shows? Nobody's got a house anymore. Nobody can afford a house, an apartment. Yeah, my IG Comfort Artaud, COMFORTARTAUD. And then Easy Paradise Mag is the open mic. Easy Paradise, EASYPARADISE Mag, MAG. And there you can see the artists. I mean, I do think it's, if you can gather in person, if you can get social terrorist. Okay. The social terrorist. Okay. I heard that the point of live streaming is like interacting with your audience. Okay. People want to be mentioned in your live stream. It encourages them to tune in. So I'm trying to interact with the chat. I'm in the chat, everybody. I'm available for the chat. I'm talking shit about the Nazis downtown, who I'm sort of adjacent to, but I sort of brush up against. I mean, I don't know. It's something I've documented at length in my diatribe complaints, my kvetch sessions. YouTube face on the next thumbnail. What does that mean, YouTube face? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of crazy how much of our culture is like sympathetic to like edgelord. That stuff has kind of taken on a new, like it's one thing for South Park to, 20 years ago to be politically incorrect or whatever, but now, like, I don't know if you're like, it's taken on a weird new is seriousness because it's like the consequences are a lot higher. Like we have somebody in the White House who like is actively stoking division and I hostile, to one thing I will say is like I don't think it's realistic to have like an open border. Like the Democrats, I think like do need to do better on like immigration, whatever the hell that means. Like if there can't just be like an open border, at least not right now. I think, with at the beginning of the Trump era, we were living in a world of like political and like social abundance and capital where it's like we felt as Americans not necessarily invincible, but like, we felt like we needed to be the good guys and do what was right and we had the capital to spend to do that, being secure in you know, being able to afford an apartment or get a job or whatever. We could afford to be like, you know what, we're not going to hire any white men, and we're going to spend all of this time and energy DEIing everything. And why did I start talking about this? There was another thing I was talking about before that I was going to tie in with this. I mean, that's not the case anymore. Now we're all like scared. It's like AI is going to take everybody's job. An apartment is like insanely expensive. So, we've lived through 10 years of the consequences of encroaching fascism and losing our rights, these ridiculous Supreme Court decisions, like the Supreme Court is renegade, Roe versus Wade being repealed, things of that nature. Cost of living has exploded. And so now it's like we don't have, this place of superiority or like security to oh, I was talking about immigration. So we could think about immigration in these sort of terms of just like, why are there even countries? Why are there even borders? It's like it wasn't something that like, you know, people were, I mean, and Trump weaponized it. That's the thing is like the right really weaponizes it to the point where it's like they blame immigrants for all of our fucking problems. And they vilify immigrants. It's fentanyl. And that's why the cost of living is expensive because immigrants have all the houses. We have to fucking house all these immigrants, illegals. It's like they're a scapegoat. They are the target. Trump uses them, and I think that is disgusting and race. That's why people call Trump a racist, right? Is because of build the wall and discriminating against immigrants. But I also think there's like this idea that's like maybe a little naive that like I mean, immigrants are not the problem. Like the hoarding of the wealth at the top is the fucking problem. Like Elon Musk has $600 billion. I just saw today. He crossed 600 billion. Like that just means your money is not worth anything. Like the fact that that guy has that much, it just means your money is toilet paper. And like that's way more of a problem than like immigrants coming here. Like if that was distributed, we could support, immigrants and give them fucking health insurance in this. That wouldn't necessarily be the wrong thing to do. But um it does feel like we're in a system that uh like I don't see it as a problem that like the demographics, like I think there is a lot of this reaction is like white people scared that their dominance, America was like 80% white or something. Like that is crazy to think about. Like in 1980 it was like vast majority of people were white. And so I think there is a lot of racism. It's not like it was 150 years ago where it's like toward black people or whatever. Like now it's toward whatever Venezuelan people or whatever Somalian. Didn't Trump say something about Somalia as a shithole and they're eating the cats, right? Like that is dehumanizing racism. That is like booga booga, making them into a witch doctor caricature or something. It's like and but I do think that wokeness and DEI mixed with that, it's like, okay, you do have a bunch of immigrants coming here. They're not white. This was something that was interesting about the article. It's like European white people are not, white men are not categorized in the same way. Like it's American white men specifically that are like excluded. And they're the racists and they're the ones that are sort of singled out as like, we can't hire these guys. We can't hire American. But if you're British or whatever, or Italian, or if you're European, it's like you get a pass. They're not looked at as like, the perpetrators of slavery and all of that. Like our ancestors, are the perpetrators of slavery. So we have to hold the bag for that or whatever the hell. And like I said, that was the result of like a position where, now it's like it feels like the whole country is like crippled. It feels like this country is like all of the institutions have deteriorated, the quality of things has deteriorated, the price has gone up. Like there does need to be like a meritocracy. Let's just call it that, I guess. Like there can be DEI within that, but it's also just not a good idea to uh I- it's not fun to talk about, but particularly in like English departments, it's like what you see is people whose parents maybe were immigrants and there are things like affirmative action or DEI like helps those people become doctors and shit. So like their parents were doctors, so they grew up rich, but they're Indian or something. But it's like, they can claim that they're um minorities or they're so they get special consideration and frankly they probably get accepted to whatever they apply for the most part because that there are quotas and shit that are telling them that they need to fill. And so it's like, okay, the administrator, the admitter people got to keep their job. So they got to, hire the fucking. And so, as somebody, not that we're owed anything for growing up in this country, but it does feel like when I look at my family, for Christ's sake, it's like, my dad's family, it's like there was no support for them. They just got wiped out by poverty and, no health insurance, no, and they just, things deteriorate fast when you don't have any kind of safety net and you're poor or whatever. And like, yeah, they're white, but like, to say that they're privileged or something is to conflate that term. That term used to mean something. And, the class sort of distinctions went out the window. And so, how are we supposed to advance, as like a white person in the lower middle class? There's no way to get like any kind of job that you'd want to have because it's all, somebody whose parents are doctors is telling you that you're privileged and they grew up wealthy and they grew up in some kind of, suburb or whatever that was furnished by like the American economy, right? And yet they vilify America, they hate America. All they fucking talk about is how America sucks and like there's some truth to that. It's complicated to say the least, but the situation is kind of being painted in these broad strokes where it's like white people bad, anybody else good. If you're gay, you get a pass. Because you've been victimized since time immemorial. So this is like, you know, readjusting. When really, I don't know, it's just a shift in power, I guess. And I guess I've spent way too much time focused on this rather than just like doing whatever it is I'm supposed to do, just do my work. I do spend a lot of time on the internet nitpicking the finer points of how identity politics has shaped, well, it's affected, like the last 10 years of my life in a pretty profound way. Not that it's, it hasn't been necessarily like it's like you had to find some kind of like outer, and maybe that's better, maybe it's better to just like do your own thing. Like I can't say a lot of people like paid attention, but some people have. That's not nothing. That's all I think is that's all art like needs to be. It's like if 100 people know about what you're doing, that's pretty amazing. I mean, it'd be nice to have millions of fucking people like paying money to watch me fucking bitch on the internet. There were definitely aspects of my poetry that were influenced by this sort of edge lord, like fuck in the Brooklyn Rail reading. I said that shit about, well, just go watch it. To me, there is something to be said for just like reclaiming, like aspects, like as I am a man, I am a white guy. And it was, I mean, it was kind of laughably hypocritical to see like all of society and all of these prestige institutions do like this total about face. Like they weren't racist. Like the New Yorker magazine ever gave a shit at all. In it, like, land acknowledgement way. There was a lot of performative, like that's where this fucking term performative has kind of gained. Things that are done just to appear like you're politically correct or whatever. History should just be unbound to moral. History shouldn't be taught and not indicate how you should feel about such event. I mean, when I was in school, it definitely felt like the point of a lot of at least US history was like educate us about the bad shit white people did and how racist shit was and how we needed to like go out of our way to make up for it, which felt like it laid the groundwork for millennials. Like that was what they taught us in fucking school. We watched Roots and shit. We read Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. Like I was definitely very conscientious growing up. That was my whole thing. I was like a radical. I did a report on Bobby Seale. He was one of the Black Panthers. I was like very politically left as a fucking in the 90s. in school, like I would say, it wasn't necessarily like woke to the extent that it is today, but like it was definitely like trying to make us like extra sensitive to like race and like in a way that was like sort of unnatural because to be honest, I mean, and this sounds insane, but like for most of my life, I do think that like there was way less racism. Like it seemed like people kind of were getting along until Trump happened. Now, that's not to say there wasn't systemic racism. There certainly was. And that needed to change. And DEI is a huge part of that. But throwing an entire generation of white guys under the bus as like some kind of like human sacrifice in a performative manner is not really it's just not smart. You're creating, like Scott Galloway says, you're creating people that listen to Scott Galloway. They have nowhere else to turn. So where do they go? They go to Scott Galloway, or they go to Tucker, or they go to Nick Fuentes, or they go to somebody who will take them, Andrew Schultz, Rogan. The woke people did not want us. Literally, that was like the whole definition of what woke was. Intersectionality means like everybody but you. And so like that's no fun, but we get it. And me being sort of a liberal dumbass, I volunteered to it. It felt like, that was what needed to happen. As a white guy, I need to let other people tell me what to do. Let them lead the way rather than trying to be, the face all the fucking time. But, it's only fueling like this weird fascist masculinity. I mean, I don't know. How much do you think systemic racism is really about color versus keeping their current establishment? I mean, I don't think it is like, I mean, there are people like, I definitely think that it is used as a tool to divide the underclasses against each other, for sure. Racism is that's why you see like the dumbest, poorest fucking people are like racists. It's like a lot of wrestling fans and people from the South and shit are like, they're the ones that say the fucking N-word and shit. Like, because like it's culturally bred into them as part of the economic system. It's like that's how they had slavery. They said these people are black, they're the fucking slaves. These people are white, they're gonna work for us, and they'll have it a little better. But I mean, I think we're living in a world now where it's like it's easier to understand each other's cultures. There's not like this distance that creates this like racism. A lot of it is just like misunderstanding and like trying to fill in the blanks or like drawing broad conclusions about huge groups of people from like unique cases. Like a lot of what I see, there's been these cases recently where like there's been like an attractive young white woman like on a train, and she gets like stabbed by like a black guy who's like kind of homeless or something. And so they show these videos on Twitter all the time as a way to like be like, see what these black people are just like inherently like crazy, violent. Like they're the only ones that do this. And like, look what they did to like this poor, innocent, blonde, Aryan, white superwoman who's just like, it's just like your worst nightmare. Like your daughter being killed by some like, crazed person that should be in a fucking prison, like, and, there are people that believe that shit. They're all on Twitter. They're all on fucking Twitter now. That's part of Twitter is people like are getting off on being like black people, blah blah blah, like throwback racism or something. It's like you people are fucking stupid. Like we're all one fucking thing. Anybody can see that. We're all one goddamn thing. We're human beings. We're all the fucking same. There are differences based on like culturally where our people developed over the last fucking hundreds of thousands of years. But like no one, is superior to any fucking buddy else. And in fact, I think it's like we all influence each other. Arabs invented fucking numbers and shit. Like a lot of the shit that we're using now was invented in Africa and it went to here and then it went here and it went to China and blah, blah, blah. It's like we all need each other. We all use each other. That being said, I mean, we're at an interesting time where like cultures are going to like disintegrate or something. Like there is like this weird that's the sacrifice of homogenization or internationalization, I guess, is just like, this is something they complain about in Europe a lot is like these European countries are losing their whiteness basically to like Islamic immigrants. It's a lot of anti-Islamic. All these Islamic people are coming into London or Paris, and so there's a lot of propaganda about that. I guess it's comparable to what we have here about Venezuela or fentanyl or whatever the hell it is. These people are ruining our pure white society. I mean, shit changes, That's kind of like a lot of what we've been talking about. Shit is constantly changing. Things die. Things arise, things decline, like I don't know, like millennials were the generation of optimistic. The reason they say Gen Z is more racist because we just try to be more realist, not emotionally bound. Like Gen Z is more inclusive than previous generations about getting along with races, but we don't try to walk around blind to cultural problems. That makes sense. I mean, part of that I just think is, like we are living in a more diverse society now. Like there are brown people that live in America from it's not just black and white people. There's a lot of different Hispanic people from a lot of different countries. There's a lot of biracial people. That's more common now. Like, I think people are used to being around people of other races. Part of what was hypocritical about where I went to school is like it was white. Grandview Heights was like almost entirely white. It's all these like affluent white people. And yet there's, these people like there's that systemic racism. It's like the European people wanted to maintain their fucking, sovereign. Their well, not sovereignty, but they're lording it over the other people. And so like racism was like this hierarchy of like, I mean, I'd like to think we are, and who knows if this will come to pass or how long, but like they created servants and slaves because there was a lot of manual labor that people didn't want to do. There was lifting, picking cotton, in the heat, whatever it was, sailing, rowing fucking ships. Like they literally had to kidnap people and force them to do this shit against their will because it sucked ass. But there was no other way. They didn't have combustion engines. They didn't have steam. They didn't have fucking the cotton gin or whatever. Like, and so machines make our lives a lot fucking easier. And they, with AI and robots and shit, the ideal would be that all of the manual labor shit that sucks will be done by machines. All of the truck driving and lifting and moving and warehouse and, all of like the horrible like bitch work. That's really what slavery is about. It was like there's all this fucking bitch work that like we don't want to fucking do. And it's so horrible that like, we're just going to kidnap some fucking people from over there and make them do it. And it's like, they're black, so they look different than us. So that makes it easy to fucking, sort. You're black, you're a slave, you're white, you're an indentured servant. But I mean, even still, it's like it feels like we're just living in like tiers of like slavery. Like wage labor sucks ass. Like working as a barista sucks ass. Like I'm sorry, like there's still jobs out there that nobody wants to do. And so it's just ways of like distributing the labor and just deciding who to exploit. And to be honest, that's what wokeness was about. It was the same thing. It was just rearranging who gets the good jobs. It was just creating a new aristocracy. It's like rather than white dudes getting priority like they have for thousands of fucking years because they were the only ones who were, legally allowed to, do that for some reason because Europeans dominated everything because of technology, guns, ships, printing press. I guess white guys came up with that shit, whatever. But it's like it's all influence everything else, and who knows what the fucking real story is. But wokeness was just like, okay, well, these people are going to get these jobs now. And we're all going to have to suffer through bad movies and television because of it. And our society's going to fall. That's the narrative on Twitter anyway. Maybe I need to get off Twitter. The narrative is that DEI ruined the meritocracy, and that's why everything sucks now and everything's falling apart. I don't agree 100%. I mean, there are tons and tons of amazing, competent, talented, genius people that obviously are not white guys, and they do deserve a shot. And what sucks is it feels like everything is like some kind of like stupid like tokenized tirade against white like slave play or it's everything is like fucking predictable. It's just what the white people want to see. So it's still oriented towards the white people. The white people are still in control. David Remnick's still the fucking editor, like what do you think about like leftist people who say black people can't afford an ID to vote? Isn't that kind of a racist remark? What is that? Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of these leftists don't have any experience with black people. I think they do it out of like a sense of privilege and guilt. They a lot of people who went to like these elite schools, it's like that's where they teach you that stuff. You go to some fucking like prep school or private school or some Bard or whatever. It's like these are not like white people growing up in the ghetto. They're not growing up in like diverse neighborhoods or like everybody's affluent or everybody's like me. To be honest, my childhood, I was around black people like a good amount. My dad played in a band with black people. Like we had black people into our home regularly, black friends. Most of my parents' friends, to be honest, were black. I don't know why. I think they didn't get along with a lot of the white people's social grandstanding bullshit. They thought white people were just kind of bland, and I think they just related more probably to black people. But I thought it was kind of, I mean, uh, looking back, it was like, very lucky. I mean, these were great people, creative, full of life. Not to generalize or anything, but like I think that is something that was different about my experience. Like, not every white person is like that. Some white people, like, if black people come into the room, like, they don't know what to do. They go, oh, or they think they have to be super nice. A lot of the ways that white women treat black people is really performative and gross. Like, white women love to, like, really, like, parade around their black friends and stuff. It's like, I don't do that to black people. I don't, like, tokenize them and be like, look at me. Like, I mean, not that it sounds stupid to say that you're colorblind now, right? Like, that sounds ridiculous. It sounds like some kind of excusing yourself. And I wouldn't say that, but, like, I would say that I'm pretty comfortable with, you know, any group of people, really. Uh, that's part of living in New York. Like, you wouldn't last long here. That's why certain people hate it, because it's like diversity is like one of the prime characteristics of New York. It's just like, uh not to generalize, like, I hate to talk about anybody in these terms, in these kind of broad grouping them together, because there's no, you know, hard and fast truth about anybody. And people don't like to be fucking pigeonholed and shit like that. And so I try to be implicit about it. I really don't like, especially all these, like, white people, these like traditionally white people organizations that try to act like Night Boat. Night Boat is cool and everything, but, like, Jesus Christ. Don't act like you've always been like, they're like the Nancy Pelosi Kembe cloth to me. Like, it's cringe, it's performative. They publish a lot of great stuff, don't get me wrong. And maybe it needs to be the whole publishing industry, to be honest. It's it was another one of the subjects of this article, where it's like, because it's this prestige thing, people want to be writers, people want to be writers in New York, publishers, whatever. And all of the publishers in New York are liberals, and they're well-meaning older people. They've already made it. They want, it's all about them. They want to look like they're not racist. They want to feel like they're superheroes, like Rob Reiner. They have this white savior complex where it's like, well, I'm going to hire, all hot 25 Hispanic, you know, uh, Southeast Asian, whatever Asian, um, like hot, queer. They're all queer. I don't really have any problem with those people. Like, I'm not like hateful towards those people, but I do feel like I'm, like, used as a prop. And I don't know. You kind of feel like invisible or something. There's no incentive for people to, like, include you. I wish I had grown up with your generation of left wingers. I mean, Gen Z, I do feel like, is really kind of, like, corrupted. Like, I think there are, like, insidious consequences of the internet and the people that are at the reins of the internet, because they control the media. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, things like Sovereign House. Republicans, I don't know, man. They have a machine. The capitalists, the people who want to make money, they do have a machine. They are organized, and they know how to seed this stuff. things like Kick, things like Aiden Ross, things like Rogan. Like it all works in their favor if they just support it a little bit. And everything is more right wing now. It's been normalized, this hyper intense fascism. And it's more about like now it's more about like the tech overlords encroaching. It's been that way for 15 years, but like they sold it to us with like convenience. Like the internet made everything kind of accessible and convenient in a way that like people were ready to like hand it over to like the startups. Oh my god, there's nothing more glamorous than being in a startup. I still don't even know what the fuck a startup is. What is it? It's an app? Can I download the startup app or something? Okay, it's Bam Bam Bigelow versus Canyon, everybody. I think that's Canyon. Yikes. YouTube seems to me like it's primarily old people. Things like PewDiePie. Isn't PewDiePie like a fascist racist? Or Mr. Beast, isn't he also like a fascist racist? This is what I mean. Is like YouTube is a huge, they're the biggest streaming service, and like it's definitely right wing. I've talked about this at length. YouTube is maybe the least right wing, but like Twitch is extremely right wing. Trump just has, charisma and momentum. It just feels like we have to go through this. Maybe it's not evil. Maybe it's just this is just a part of life is death and darkness. And there's certainly people having fun. There's people making money, getting rich, getting crypto rich, getting laid, having fucking polycules and shit. It's catalyzing, like heat is catalyzing. It's interesting that we distinguish sexy people as being hot, because hot is not necessarily always good. It's kind of, some things are too hot to touch. But heat is the catalyst and we're drawn to it. And, Trump's got heat, definitely. And it warmed everything up to being like this frantic, change. There was a big change that happened for better. The millennials are really the greatest generation. That was our World War II, okay? We sacrificed ourselves to wokeness. We gave it all. We gave our lives. We gave our chance to have like a family. To ever have anything in this world. For the rest of our lives, we're just going to, unless we became crypto sellouts, you either get MAGA or die. If you're MAGA, you get to be like a paterfamilias, like hyper polygamist. You get to have all the women and you get to have a whole brood. But if you're a leftist, you just quietly vanish, go extinct. I would for sure call myself liberal before the 2000s. My generation is one that doesn't care much for what Hollywood's got to say, Hollywood celebrities. Yeah, I mean, that really backfired. It's people like Rob Reiner, to be honest. I mean, which sucks because, like, I think he cared and I think he wanted to, like, put out a message that, but I mean, mainstream America really, it's one of their, it's one of the big irritations and one of the big splits with people I don't think they really give that much of a shit about where the movies come from. Like they just want the movies. Like they don't care who makes them. They'll watch YouTube, they'll watch somebody fucking live streaming a video game. That's the saddest thing in the world to me. I couldn't imagine anything more pointless, more of a waste of time than watching somebody play a video game on the internet and giving them money, sending them money. um, Gen Z, I guess it's not my. Who are the Gen Z? Who can we say something positive about? Who are the leaders? Zendaya's, she's Gen Z. Is Chalamet? I see. Even Chalamet. Chalamet feels like a soy boy to me compared to Shia LaBeouf, compared to James Franco. Even Chalamet. I mean, he's talented. Don't get me wrong. He's a very good actor. I think he's probably the best actor of DiCaprio, but I don't think he's not as hot as DiCaprio. He's not as much of a. He looks like Frankie Muniz. To me, Chalamet looks like Malcolm in the Middle. I'm sorry. Look at Frankie Muniz. Look at Chalamet. It's not good for Chalamet. I'm sorry. It's not looking good. The thing about Gen Z is that if you're a leftist, then you're a far leftist, and if you're right wing, many are far right. I would say my minority refuses to go far right. LOL. That's interesting. I mean, things that are very normal for Gen Z, like pronouns or like being trans, or even like being far either, I think is, first of all, like I don't being trans like is not really anything that has anything to do with fucking politics. People look at it like it's a more extreme version of like being gay or something, and like these issues like matter, but like they are so blown up. That is what I'm saying, is like I guess that's cool. And in like human beings, I think are more androgynous, and it's natural to be cross dressing, or however you want to think about it. Like it's natural to be androgynous for some people, and it has been throughout history. It's not something that needs to be like politicized. And even if like Gen Z is like particularly androgynous or non-binary or something, like in a certain way, I guess that is like progress, that is like development. Um, but it also, like a lot of things with Gen Z, it feels like some very small part of the dialogue, like grabbed the whole thing, and became entirely about that. I mean, it was a way like that is something that I would say identifies Gen Z. Like that is a difference. It's like way more normalized. Like when I was 20 years old, there were not very many trans people visibly everywhere. Whereas like Gen Z, it became as a reaction to Trump and white hetero patriot. Maybe they don't see it this way. See, Gen Z just thinks it's natural. And maybe it is. Maybe it was just like more normalized and more accepted after 2016. But it also felt like it became like it was definitely a way to get popular or get attention too, because it was just like a way, it was the only way as a white guy to get DEI, really, was to pretend that you're, or I don't know, like suddenly it became like almost all about that, really, in a way. And that was kind of futuristic. It did kind of match the era. We do live in kind of a trans, like a cyborg, fucking, we're half computer. We're moving into this kind of disembodied. People really disown their bodies and shit. The trans issue for the left is like the Zionist issue on the right. I think that's a good point. You know, like well, the reason why it's divisive is because it's something that like most people don't have a problem with, but uh it felt like some kind of professional obstacle course where if you did the wrong thing, said the wrong thing, you were just like cooked. You would lose your job, you would lose your livelihood, which happened kind of anyway. I mean, everybody got canceled. That's sort of what that article is about. It's like white guys just got canceled. And that's why they all started podcasts and shit, so they could lick their wounds. And so it's like is like they said is trans like a kitchen table issue. It once again, it feels like this thing where they spend all this social capital on something that like first of all, it's not even cut and dried. Like a lot of trans people are like, look at Bruce Jenner or whatever. Like, do we really need to like give Bruce Jenner a fucking pass and everything because like they're trans? Like, no, like Bruce Jenner seems like or Caitlyn Jenner seems like a piece of shit. Like, didn't they kill somebody in like a fucking car accident? Like, a lot of people I felt like were taking advantage of the armor that provided to get places and that's not necessarily bad. It was a hallmark of the era. It was a way of defining and differentiating and making a statement that, that was a boundary that maybe needed to be pushed. But it also felt like it's weird because there was a concurrent that was really when the socialist movement started in earnest. I would say it was 2016. That's when people suddenly got serious about socialism. And so it wasn't entirely about identity politics. The identity politics, I think the volume was just so fucking turned up. And to be honest, it's like most of us are white, or, a lot of us are white in this fucking country. Like, what? You're just going to say everybody, 60% of the country is just like criminally bad because they committed genocide and enslaved these people for 400 years. And, it did feel like there needed to be atonement for that. And if that's what my life is for, that's the weird part to me. Is just like, is that what my life is for? Is that why I was sent to planet Earth? Was to like pay the bill for my racist grandfathers who, massacred the Indians or whatever, enslaved the black people, beat up the gay people. I don't we're just supposed to assume if you're white, you just like assume like you're guilty and everything is like, I don't know. We do live in on a fucking Indian burial mound, and is that karma? Is it going to happen to us? Are we just going to have to die some kind of like horrific, slow, painful, not clouded, unclouded, no prestige job? I'm never going to get to write for a prestige television show. Life is so unfair. It's so hard being white. So hard being a straight white man. I didn't get to I never well, I mean, to be fair, at Poetry Project, they never discriminated against me. They welcomed me at a time when everything was woke. I did work. They never discriminated against me once for anything. To be fair, like never once did I feel unwelcome or disqualified from anything because I was a straight white guy ever, actually. I do think it's important to say that. Like in fact, I think they gave me
every opportunity, actually. Um, but it was also like the focus was on, for lack of a better word, like wokeness and everything that I sort of talk about on here, or I am talking about, and I sort of I didn't think it it was right to advance in any way. Not that they would have, like it's not likely that I would have advanced to do anything, like would I have ever been the editor of the fucking Poetry Project newsletter? Like probably not. Maybe if I would have just focused on that and focused on just like making and working. And to be honest, all of those people were very nice. And the director was very nice. The director was willing to work with anybody. I think when, not to talk about it on the internet or anything, but I think when Kyle came in, he was very open to just like whoever was there to build it. And they brought, most of the people on the staff now are people that started out like stacking fucking chairs, so like they were very good about just like, and I think in a certain way it's because they didn't know exactly where to turn. It was like they kind of had to start from scratch, and like it was a heavy responsibility to like, okay, Donald Trump's the president. All of these boomer white people are like using you to be like their woke, like diversify this, make this look, like make this look like not so fucking like white male dominated and straight and shit. And it's always been a diverse place, but like with Instagram and I don't know, just like everything became performative, everything became amped up, everything had to be the opposite of Trump. And as white people, we were very serious about like, okay, what is the best thing I can do as a white man to like stop fascism, not be racist, be an ally, be progressive, and it did feel like, yeah, to sacrifice, to not, I can't, it wouldn't be right to be in charge of anything or to have any kind of position. Like that would be me taking that job from somebody who's not white, whereas like, up until 2016 it was like probably mostly white guys that did everything and white women. And there was a little bit of gay and a little bit of minority, but it wasn't that, and so that's my own experience. That's why I'm talking about it. I never like fucking applied to work at any of those other places. I don't know what their culture is, and I don't necessarily, I didn't feel personally excluded. It's not like I ever like I never like that was one reason why I stopped submitting to shit, because it's just like what's the point? Like no one is going to, the New Yorker, right, hasn't published a white guy under the age of 40 or something. And so it's like I'll just be a crazy avant-garde fucking zine artist that I'll just do whatever the fuck I want, and this is my reaction to the chaos and the explosion of our fucking society after 2016. Everything is just breaking down and going berserk, and the president is like talking shit about Rob Reiner after he died. This is crazy. And I don't know, a lot of maybe that I wish it wasn't easy to just be like chill. I'm not good at that in any case, I'm just not good at uh hanging out or socializing really. Or I don't know, it's like I it's an intimidating place to begin with, and I went into it with a lot of baggage about what it meant, and to even be there was like a special thing. Um, but So there was a lot of nervousness, and I was intimidated to begin with. And and I was insecure about my status as a poet. That felt like, oh, this is a place where maybe it's outside of universities, it's outside of these kind of stuffy, class-driven, hoity-toity upper crust places. It's like maybe I can make my own way here. It's connected to all this poetry I admire. And so there was already like a lot of like I was already putting a lot of weight on it and was already like intimidated, nervous, and then you throw Trump and all white people are bad and et cetera, everything I've been talking about. It's just like, okay, well, it was not easy for me to be like natural or cool or chill or anything. To be honest, in my entire time I worked there, I barely had a conversation with anybody. I worked there for like 7 years. And that's kind of on me. I just didn't know how to fucking socialize. I was just at a loss for words. I'm like I said, I'm not good at that. That's why I throw events. That's why I host the thing because it's like just sitting on the stoop smoking or whatever. I don't know. It's not always easy to connect with people. And I barely even, I was too nervous. I was too nervous to I didn't want to fuck it up. And to be honest, it worked for a long time. I mean, I did work there for 7 years. Like it's not like the first week I was there, they were like, this is awkward. We got to get rid of this guy. We got to get rid of this white guy. He's just dead weight. He's not even cool or anything. This straight white guy, he's a comedian. He's a wannabe stand-up comedian. We got to get this guy out of here. We've seen his live streams. So I did work there for a long time, but it felt like, they didn't credit me for stuff forever. But it just felt like, well, I'm a white guy. I don't need that. I don't need credit. I'll just do it and I'll use my white privilege to promote these other disenfranchised voices. And I loved it. It was great. I wish I could have found a way in a little bit easier. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Maybe next time. It's kind of crazy that I was ever even there. Feels like a dream. It's all a dream. All right. What were we saying? Exactly. It's like a virtue. You're either this or you're out. Yeah. I grew up in Section 8 in the hood. So cringe to even say it. LOL. But I got picked on for being from that era, but saw everyone trying to be gangster, wannabe. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, that's a whole different fucking, I don't know. Like the subway, like I was thinking about it, like all you need to do is go down the subway and see like how fucking woke things are because like I don't know. I mean, most of the people on the train asleep or whatever at 3 o'clock in the morning are like, not white people riding home from work and stuff. I mean, these prestige institutions are like these pressure points where they have the duty, maybe, it is important that they have a diverse staff and I mean, something like that place in particular, they have to be kind of on the cutting edge of the avant-garde and reflective of the times, or at least that's, it's another one of these things that's like it's sort of being shadow controlled by boomers because it's a boomer institution. It's had this longevity because boomer lifespan, they had this circumstance financially to sustain that. And so we work for them, sort of doing what they want. But like, that was really like a boomer lens of what it should be. That's why I kind of even beef with, whereas like Sovereign House or those people, like that does feel like it's coming from those people. Like it does feel like an organic emanation of frustration. It doesn't feel like, like part of the problem with wokeness that people have, I think, is that it always does feel like forced. Like those new Star Wars movies. It just felt like this is not as good as the old one. Like it's like this is forced. There's an agenda here. It's like it's not organic. You're tokenizing these people. You're putting them in a fucking uh in a in a box. You're That's why I kind of beef even with punks. Felt like many wanted to be from my area, but without the actual consequences of being a hoodlum. I mean, that is fucking crazy that like people need to front like that, and that's like power. That's like what they have to do to have status is like be fucking like hard and shit. Like I'm more fucking gangster. You're not gangster. I mean, New York, I just feel like there's no sense of authenticity in that respect. Like there's no punk, like there's no like cutty, like I would describe, I guess, as edginess. Like the thing about Sovereign House is like it almost like is coming from this like snooty privileged place. It's like these kids grew up, their parents watch Fox News and shit. And so racism is nothing new to them, and they feel disenfranchised or passed over, or they're kind of pouty because they're not getting the attention because they're white. And but there's no like they're all like preppy kids. They're not like there's no like patina of like, I don't know, do you call it aura? Everybody's obsessed with this term aura. There's no like gangster, you know, or like anybody who has that. Like there's this guy Delicious Tacos. I think he's in LA. I don't really like Delicious Tacos, but he's got a little bit of like punk or edge or something. And so, yo, Adam S in the house talking with Thrax about everything, society. Well, I mean, being hard, having aura, punk. I mean, to me, downtown is like a bunch of spoiled brats. It's not working class in any way. Although I suppose maybe some of these, I mean, I think they're being funded in a way. Like maybe there's overlap with working class people who feel similarly the dirtbag left is like working class white people that feel disenfranchised by wokeness in a way, or they're just not woke. That makes them dirtbags. But somehow the dirtbag left became MAGA. It was like sort of a Trojan horse. 2.5 hours left in my shift. I'm 25 now, moved out 4 years ago, and actually resent that uprisings. I'll be listening while I do my duty. All right. This is a marathon. I mean, I don't know when Ashley's going to come back, but I'll just keep going. Fuck it. I am going to buy some chicken nuggets maybe later. Hey. Um, it felt important to pay attention to the politics. It felt important to act in some kind of meaningful way against what was happening in a rapidly shifting, now social media is involved. Everybody's virtue signaling with their fucking constant posts about whatever, donating money to fucking, defense funds or abolish the fucking police or whatever. Um, so you just wanted to do the right thing and stop it, to not pay it. Like, what were you supposed to do? Not that, I don't know. I'm a political person. I do pay attention to politics. For me, poetry, performance, it is a way to react in real time against what's going on because they are making decisions about our lives. It is going to affect our lives, particularly as somebody who relies on the government for certain shit, or as a poor person, I don't know, it affects you when they do all these wealth transfers and shit. It can severely affect like the next decade of your life or something, or decades. And so, maybe virtue signaling wokeness was not the answer per se. Maybe it was performative, and you know, now people are getting a little bit more serious about cost of living. They're starting to understand a little bit more like class issues, and we're all fucked. Like, yeah, we might have there was some representation at BuzzFeed or whatever for about 5 minutes, but then our entire media became taken over by fascists, and uh now nobody has a job, and rent is like retardedly expensive for everybody. And so there's kind of now we're all in like a crisis that wasn't there when woke politics was like an affectation. It was like a luxury in a way. It was like a privilege. You don't have more important shit to think about. People are eating, but it's like, you know, now we're going to debate like genital mutilation in children all the fucking time. It's going to be all day. Of course, the Republicans want us to talk about that all the time. It's insane. It's like a no-win. You support genital mutilation in children? Or are you a bigot? That's your choice. You either have to let my kid get a sex change operation, or you are a racist bigot. I feel like the more optimism of society, the more room for malice. Maybe that's what I just saw growing up. That's interesting. You should write that in your song. You got some interesting ideas. This should all be in your songs. I'm sure it is. I think it's progressive policies finally started affecting middle class. So now you see a bigger fuzz on both sides. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, people blame progressives. It's not the reason the middle class is shrinking is because there's no fucking jobs that will sustain like that income. It's like there's no uh compensation for what people are doing. There's not fair compensation. And there could be more fun jobs for everybody that are well paid, but we just have these billionaires that the money doesn't go back out. And so there's no middle class. That was the middle class. When you look at in 1978, when the value being created in the wage gap, like, began, that's when they started to decide not to like pay people a living wage and adjust people's wages in accordance with how much profit they were making. They just kept all the profit for themselves. And they rewrote the tax rules so they didn't have to pay taxes. And how do you feel about spending $1 trillion on social programs? I'm not even fully against socialism, but how do you feel about that notion? I mean, I think we live in a fucking society America's the wealthiest country that's ever existed, they paint the picture like the problem is the spending is out of control. And y- usually when the Democrats are in power, the budget is balanced and there's even a surplus, which indicates that not only are they spending within their means, but they're actually making money. Whereas when this is just objective facts. They like it's easy to the narrative is the Democrats are wasteful and that's why our debt has exploded. And our debt is $37 trillion dollars, and we need to cut the government because get Doge in there. Don't send 20 why are we sending $20 billion to Ukraine? We got problems here. Biden sent $100 billion to Ukraine. It's like I can't even, it's like there if you tax people appropriately, there is plenty of money to pay for everything that we need. And that look at fucking these European countries. Part of the problem is our defense spending is out of control. Like I would say, to be fair, the defense spending and the spending on you know, what do they call them? Entitlements or social programs are about equal. Let's just, and they're sort of the pet cause of each side. The Democrats are the ones who want Social Security and whatever, Medicaid, welfare, if they even have that type of shit, food stamps. The military spending is probably about equal. Maybe it's more, I don't know. But let's say it's equal. I think it's easy to understand that the military spending is kind of overkill. And it's the economy of this country. I mean, America, this is how they make this is not a healthy thing to base our economy on. I mean, we sort of do it to retain control of the world, as long as our fucking weapons are more badass than everybody else's, we'll be number one. And so it justifies it in the name of defense or whatever. But we could easily spend a lot less on defense, but they never talk about that because that's national security, or that's, to be honest, it's a lot of people's jobs. There's a lot of fucking people who work for the military and who rely on that money and blah blah blah. And then goddamn there's Raytheon and all of these goddamn defense contractors and shit like that. That's a whole other deal. The Pentagon budget is we don't even know what it is. The Pentagon has some kind of black budget that literally they can just spend whatever the fuck they want. Like Donald Rumsfeld, we lost $2 trillion. Nobody knows where the fuck it went. It's like, that's way more than they spent on the National Endowment for the Arts by, many, 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 many quotients over. They spend way fucking more on missiles and aircraft carriers and all this shit we probably don't even need anymore because everything is people don't understand, they already toppled the United States. That's what this is. That's what the inflation is. That's what getting rid of the middle class is. It's that's what getting rid of women's rights is. It's they don't need to fire a fucking shot. They elected Donald Trump, the ultimate pyromaniac, you know, kid who breaks stuff. It's what he does. but they go in, oh, we're going to go in with this Doge, we're going to drain the swamp. That's just a narrative. If you just look at the numbers, that's the real fucking story. They didn't even cut that much of the government with their Doge thing. And they gave this huge fucking tax cut to people that did not need a tax cut. Like, unless you're an incredibly rich person and even if you are, you really don't need the tax cut. There are some rich people that probably would admit that. But there's some of them who are sick, like Elon Musk, who want to be a trillionaire. There's no reason. And in fact, it's unfair to the rest of the fucking human race. Like, okay, this guy wants to use his money to like have a space program. Like, there should be more of a consensus in how that is conducted rather than just like whatever the fuck he wants to do because he's rich. Like, NASA is a public program. There's a consensus, there's public oversight. What about like New York, who the rich already pay like 90% of the taxes? Would raising taxes fix anything? Um, I think that's why Mamdani is such a good. He made it very clear what he wanted to do in the tax code to accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. He said, I don't know exactly what it is. I think it was something about raising the corporate tax rate like a couple percentage points. That's like it's only fair. Like people don't realize that like something like Amazon, they literally don't pay taxes. That's just like robbery. The thing that what that means is you are subsidizing them. That's what that means. It means you are paying for their infrastructure. They're not paying for it. Like that's what the conversation is about. Right now, most of the tax burden is on like the working people in the middle. It's probably people that make like 30 grand to like, you know, 150 grand that pay like the highest portion of their income at this point. Like they go out of their way to give tax cuts to billionaires. I don't know if people realize this about Republicans. That's like that's one of the prime things you're voting for. When you vote for a Republican, that's one of the only things that they're going to do is like give rich people more of your money. Because when they tax that money from them, then it goes back into the economy in other ways. It doesn't just sit in a fucking bank account. It comes back out into your business. It comes into your life. So you are giving them money. Like if the government functioned properly, like these governments they have in Europe and shit, if we were allowed to have social programs, it would raise the level of everybody up. People could go to college for free, they could be better educated, they'd have health care, they'd live longer, they could have families. They could create more industries. They could create more businesses. But all of that energy is just tied up in the wealth of Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, all the worst people in our fucking society, all these tech billionaires. And the narrative that the conservatives have set is very strong because they put a lot of effort into spreading it. It's very simple. The Democrats are wasteful. They blow your money on immigrants. They give the health care to immigrants. They're giving trans operations for free in the the detention centers or whatever the fuck. Biden is, personally giving Mexican children genital reassignment surgery for fentanyl. And the Republicans are conservative. They're going to go in and be conservative and cut all this like hippie, bleeding heart, liberal Rob Reiner bullshit. Handouts to welfare queens and lazy people, lazy immigrants come here and just fucking steal everything. That's my tax money that's going to this fucking lazy immigrant that's not from here, that just got here 5 minutes ago. And somehow I'm paying for them. It's like, that's not really the narrative. The narrative is you work your ass off creating value for somebody who keeps most of it, 90%, 95% of it. And like I said, generally speaking, the Democrats balance the budget. The Republicans, the deficit explodes. That's not conservative. You know, spending a shitload of money and exploding the deficit is not conservative. Trump is not conservative. I mean, a lot of the shit he does is very invasive, and it's very big government in your fucking face, involving him shit in a lot of shit he doesn't have any right to be involved with. Getting in the middle of, you know, Warner Brothers deal or whatever the hell it is, having to sign off on. So it's all just like a narrative that they pump into fucking people's minds all fucking day. And to be honest, it does play into like gender. Like men, I think it appeals to them to have like, you know, fuck that. I'm not, you know, I'm conservative. You know, like I'm a fucking cowboy. Like I'm a masculine. I like Trump. Trump's a fucking killer. He's honest. Like I work hard. People should have to earn their fucking. I'm sympathetic to that. You know, that's the thing, is the conservatives are like completely set the paradigm. They set the narrative, and the Democrats, like the conservatives decide what all the issues are and how they're all framed. And you know, the trans thing and wokeness is almost like a part of that. It really works to the advantage of the ruling class because it divides people and it confuses people. The underclass, you know, there's no solidarity because we're all, you know, in our respective gender identity categories, and that's all we ever fucking think about, and that's what defines us. We're not like people with personalities or character. It's like, no, you're white guy, you're Asian, you're whatever. You're gay, you're trans. That's all you are. That's all you're. Oh shit, I got my This almost became an OnlyFans for a second. Maybe I should just get on OnlyFans. And that, you know, women just went right along with it because they benefited from it. And it was like an in-group, out-group thing to just like shit on men. Gave them an excuse to be like, boys suck. Boys are mean. They're toxic. So, I don't know. I mean, within like the sovereign house thing, there doesn't seem to be like a like mercy. You know, it's not about like compassion or understanding. Oh, this is an amazing pay-per-view, by the way. This is Fall Brawl War Games. Who we got? We got Flair, Nash, Hogan, Scott Hall. Like I said, I love these fucking War Games matches. I love these giant cage matches. Oh, here comes the Stinger. Jesus Christ, this is nuts. Who else? Oh, there's two Stings. There's a fake Sting. Oh, this is before the... Oh, Arn Anderson. Jesus Christ. This must have been probably 90... This was the year of the Outsiders, I think. This is probably 96. Looks like they just did the NWO. This is crazy. Maybe 95, 96.
Hogan's a Trumper. Trump got elected, and look, within 1 year, Hulk Hogan was dead. That's what you get for voting for Trump. It's what you get for stumping for Trump on the fucking RNC. I mean, I have felt like a weird lone voice in the wilderness, being like a liberal guy on YouTube. Like this article was saying, a lot of guys who were disenfranchised by exclusionary DEI policies, they found their way, they found their audience through podcasts, YouTube, crypto. I mean, I guess I am a fucking streamer. That's my copium. It's how I cope with my cultural irrelevance as a victim of success to get to the title of the stream. I'm a victim of success, everybody. I was too successful. It made it look too easy. When you make it look too easy, it looks like anybody can do it. And then you become a victim of success. And maybe anybody can do it. I don't know. That's part of the point, God damn it. The point is that anybody can do it. Somebody clip something from my live stream, by the way. Feel free to clip anything you want. You know. I mean, maybe I was just too old to tap in. Like I said, I feel like my youthful bohemian, it was like this Columbus, Ohio. Like, we did have house parties in Columbus, Ohio. There were house shows that happened. You know, like, just because I didn't go to Monster House, like Eric Preston, he had some parties at his place with music. We had parties at Jack's house on Indianola. This is how good things were when we were in our 20s. My brother had this fucking apartment. It was on campus, corner of Hudson and Indianola. Gas station across the street, access to the freeway in Clintonville, SoHUD, if you will, walkable to, Bourbon Street, High Street, Rivari Room, Whole World. What was back there? What was there back in the day? I don't even. There was no Lucky's. There was no. It was sort of pre-super gentrification. It was still kind of like a campus dump housing, but it was almost like an art gallery. It was like a storefront space, but it was hardwood floors and it was white walls. I think he had 3 bathrooms. I lived there for a little while. This really nice bathroom with a full tub. I mean, it was a beautiful apartment, huge. He literally had an arcade in this apartment. My brother collected arcade games. He had like 30 fucking arcade machines in his apartment. Hard to believe. You want to talk about white privilege? That was some nice white privilege back in the day. Not that it had anything to do with being white. It was just, like things were not outrageous. We weren't getting exploited by every fucking private investor or everything like now. They rewrote the rules. And this apartment, I think he paid like something like $950 a month for the entire apartment. This was like, I think he lived there probably from maybe 2006 or 7 to 2005 or 6 to like 2008 or 9, 10. I think he lived there to maybe 2010. The whole fucking apartment was less than $1,000. And it was like he had an arcade in the goddamn apartment. That's how big it was. And it was a nice location. Like the neighborhood at the time was like a little sketchy, but not real bad.
There was a police station not that far away. Now it's like that apartment, I don't even know. It's probably $2,500 a month or something. $2,000 a month at least. It would be hard to imagine like living that large. It felt like every like bohemian hipster I knew, like Zach Smooziak, they had this house called Chateau de Awesome. And it was like a fucking house with like a trellis, this amazing huge backyard. They had a garage. It was right behind the fucking Rivari room. Like it was literally, it was a half a block from Rivari room. I think they paid less than $1,000 for the whole goddamn house. And it was really an interesting, like nice, somehow people's appreciation of that stuff has like gone up in value so much. Something that like 20 years ago was just like, oh, this is like some old fucking house. Like we'll just charge whatever we can get for it. No one was that stoked about it. It's just like, oh, this is some crappy house. Some dumb hipsters are going to live there. And like, their living room, they had like all these fucking like Marshall stack amplifiers and shit. We had band practice over there a few times, and it was like, it was like loud, dark, beer fucking soaked. It was like a punk house. Yet it was like this old, like fucking cottage ass. Now, I don't know. The value of that stuff has exploded. I don't know why. But that house is probably at least $2,000 a month now. Or, it's, who knows? It probably some fucking tech douchebag owns it or something. What the fuck happened to the cages? Somebody get hurt or fucking Sting or Macho Man? The Stinger? Oh my God, my teeth. So, that was a bohemia that could facilitate like artists. Zach Smuzek was like a substitute teacher. He could work kind of like intermittently. That was the value of living in Columbus, Ohio. It was like not actually that, believe it or not, desired or glamorous of a location. And so it wasn't expensive to live there. You could get an apartment for $600 a month, possibly. A nice place to yourself, like in a nice neighborhood, some trees and shit. You could be a waiter or a bartender and like kind of have a nice little setup for yourself. You could have a Chateau de Awesome. Like I said, my brother had a fucking storefront arcade and in his apartment with, there were 2 bedrooms in the back, each with their own bathroom, full bath, closets, huge. This one bedroom had this huge hallway that I used to write in, hardwood floors. You split that rent. It was like $950, $980 a month. If you split it like, 3 or 4 ways, it's like you're not even hardly paying any money at all. It's like it's not hard to move out of your parents' house if you can pay $200 a month in rent or $300. All right, I'm in the lobby. We're broadcasting live from the hotel lobby in Seattle. Shout out to Adam S. You remember the good old days. What was it like up there? I'm sure the housing market is just like absolutely fucking, it's berserk there, I've heard. All the other people play Christmas music. They voluntarily play their own Christmas music. Am I on the overhead speaker like in the... You're far right. I'm a far right podcaster, everybody.
I mean, part of the annoying part is like the Republican far right politics actually are far right. Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. They actually are far right. Like they are fascists. Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. He treats the presidency like he's a fucking dictator. He doesn't understand that it's not a dictatorship. He wants military parades and shit. Like the far left is just like it's all optics. There's no like there's nothing that will like hold a constituency together there. You know, like wokeness, like that's not like gonna hold anybody together because it's 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 limiting its own like something like trans is not really like a political position really actually like in the battle, you know, for the past 30 years or whatever, democratic politics, it feels like have been about like sexuality and like LGBTQ and those rights, I guess. And you know, like I guess that is politics in the sense that it's like taking place in a court of law and it dictates like what certain people can do in their lives, but like it, you know, trans people are not a tremendously large percentage of our population. And so it's like it's not really like you can't base your entire platform on that. It's 1% of the population or something like that. And gay people, it's kind of the same thing. It's like 9 or 10% of the population. Like that's not really like a constituency. That's a extremely small, you know, thing to build on. And so like what and for the most part, it doesn't affect most of our lives, really. You know, whatever fucking bathroom somebody goes in or like what sport they're playing really doesn't affect me. I could give a shit at all. Like, I don't think it affects anybody that much, you know, like, except a small percentage of people. And yet that's like, oh, the Democrats are like this far left, like, the part of the Democratic platform that people need to pay attention to is like the socialism. The idea of like, we all need healthcare. We want to get rid of cost. We want to lower cost of living. We want, you know, protection as fucking consumers. We don't want to be exploited by tech goddamn marketplacing of everything. Like, you know, that same house that 20 years ago was $800 or $900 a month is so expensive now because now you just find it online. You know, before it's like you had to drive around, you had to look at signs, you had to call these numbers. That's how you rented an apartment. You'd look in the newspaper. Now it's just like you go on the fucking internet, you know, you Zillow, you go on fucking Google Street View, you go on Facebook Marketplace or whatever the hell it is. You just snatch things up. You can, you know, the last part of this decade will be very historic. Why do you say that? I try not to think about my bills. Bills. See, I mean, I think Adam S is like living the real life. Like that is an honorable life you've got. You work, you pay your bills, but you know, like you're smart, you're fucking savvy, you're paying attention, you're in touch with culture and shit. All the stress people are under will come to a head. Oh my God. Well, you were right about the election. I remember you said the thing about how the political parties were almost just like the genders. You nailed that one. And I think it's because of exactly what I'm talking about. The Democrats have alienated men. They've purposefully excluded men. And that is part of the DEI initiative. Kind of implies that unless you're gay or a minority, you're kind of persona non grata. That's just not smart. And so, unless you're a, self-hating victim like me, you're not going to you're not going to vote against your own fucking best interests. You're going to vote for Trump. And you're going to listen to fucking Tucker and shit. It's by without being, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, having a manager sucks, man. I think more than anything, I just wish I could be without a boss. They kind of like, I don't know what it is about bosses, but like they usually feel like they have to like bring the hammer down on you. It's like, and they're just never happy. It's like you can be doing everything right. That's why I'm saying I'm a victim of success. You can be doing everything right. It's like, well, doesn't matter. That's actually a bad strategy. To be like too good of a worker means everybody's going to put all the responsibility on you and you're not going to get actually any more benefit from it. My problem is my bosses and managers always like me. Oh, interesting. They take their job seriously. It's weird. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? When people actually care about what the fuck their stupid job is. I mean, that's one reason why, it's hard to work at a regular job. Because it's just like, I don't know. If I could get a job that I felt was useful and I could be proud of and I actually like made a living wage, like I would, like Ashley's job is pretty nice. She goes to a library every day and like tutors children like for 20 hours a week or something. It's like that wouldn't be too bad. I like doing the video stuff, it wasn't too bad. The problem was it just wasn't enough, Open mic host doesn't pay. I do get paid to do the open mic. I do. And it's actually not too bad. I shouldn't say anything about it, but consider, I mean, it's a pretty fun, but it's like, at a point in the pandemic, I realized like that's probably what if I can help people have fun, that seems to be something that I can do. And it's like, that's what nightlife, people need that. People need somebody to kind of help them loosen up. Game show host, tour guide, or carnival barker. Thank you, Adam S. It's kind of like a combination of all three of those things in a way. Just communicating simple directions to a crowd is a lot of it. They're simple. You want to simplify your message and stay out of the way. It's like being a train conductor. The train has to keep moving. A new car comes in every 5 minutes. I'd love to host a game show. I'd absolutely host a game show. If I could do that for the rest of my life for a job, I'm ready. If you're out there listening, I'm available. I am very available. But I mean, it's fun to do, it's fun to be that close to your audience. I was looking at like this video of somebody like playing in this fucking arena and there's like a guy, it's like this guy sitting way the fuck up
in the upper deck, and like the band is like almost, invisible down there. It's like, it's an arena concert. And this is this guy seeing, his favorite band or whatever. And it's like, that kind of sucks in a way. It it kind of sucks being so far away from somebody and like, oh yeah, I'm seeing them play live. It's like, well, kind of. Like it's a whole different thing when like you're and it's nice. It's nice. It's a nice place to be. It's nice to be in front of a live studio audience. This past week I've been trying to embrace my karaoke crowd work. See me this winter on my karaoke crowd work tour. I'll be touring New York City subways on my karaoke crowd work tour. So, I was doing some karaoke crowd work last night. I'm really trying to lean into my lounge singer persona. It's really who I really am. Like you said, game show host, tour guide, carnival barker, lounge singer. So I've been going through the crowd recently. I like doing it. I've always done that. I don't know. That's just part of my nature. Is like even in I would always go through the crowd. I think it's fun. I don't know. It's nice to. And so I did some Christmas carols yesterday. I did rocking around the Christmas tree and check out the end of the open mic. We did some karaoke. It was pretty lit. Then I did what was the other one? Winter Wonderland. And I did a little bit of crowd work. I like going through the crowd and, like asking people questions and shit. Hey, how are you? Beautiful. Where are you from? So I'm, it's kind of scary though. So I'm starting to, get more comfortable. All right, let's see. What do you think about Christianity? You think it limits progress? Won't get offended about anything, LOL. I mean, God, it's kind of hard to believe to me, like Christianity is still such a huge part of fucking a lot of people's lives. Like, particularly because in this country, it really doesn't have anything to do with like Jesus Christ or it's become, it's a social group of like conservative white people, rural, and it's not all bad. There's definitely beautiful things about religion, the music, the stories, and like some of these people can even be like very nice. But it also just like from what I've seen firsthand, it like hollows people out. They don't really have a whole lot of an interior world. It prepares them for a life of suffering and like working and toiling and like military. A lot of military people are like, it's to more often than not in this country, it's used to simplify and indoctrinate people in the middle of nowhere. People who live in the country, their life is simplified down to God, guns, and that's about it, actually. Second Amendment. It's all about the fucking Second Amendment. It's all about how you're pro-life. It's all God, guns, and pro-life. That's all. That's all that matters to people in the red state America. It's that fucking simple. I guess pro-life is part of God, but like they're obsessed with abortion. They are obsessed with it. And once again, it's another one of these issues that it's none of their fucking business, really. It's just a form of control for people that like are vulnerable. And like I said, there can be productive things that come out of it. Not everybody that, wrestling is kind of a religious. It's almost like a Pentecostal preacher, like, evangelical. Wrestling is like
very evangelical. Ric Flair. Ric Flair. Dusty Rhodes is like very a lot of the Hulk Hogan, a lot of his shit. It's all very, and it's asking you to buy a lie, basically, to buy into a lie. The idea with Christianity is like you're buying into the idea that God is real, which is a pretty big, thing to accept. It's a pretty big term of an agreement or whatever. And I don't know. It's like it's not really a part of my life, and it does feel like our culture has become like weirdly like less religious in a big way. At least like I don't know, liberals, in a way, it seems like a lot of liberals are kind of like they're spiritual but not religious, right? That was like most people's answer on Facebook when I was in college. They had like religion was like one of the personality things you had to like fill in. Spiritual but not religious. Like the church has kind of it's not as much of the governor of a lot of I don't know, it seems that way. It seems like probably, up until maybe the 60s, right? Like people did like a lot of people like lived according to like the Catholic Church or fucking like doing confession or I suppose a lot of people probably still do, but it does seem like I don't know, God is not like this intimidating thing used to discourage like there's a lot of sinful behavior, it seems like. There's a lot of casual sex, there's a lot of abortions, there's a lot of gayness. There's a lot of I mean, look at Trump. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like his base are Christian conservatives. Like, how does that make sense? This is the least Christ-like, you know, person probably alive. He's a sinner like deluxe. I guess he's like the ultimate evangelical. He's like a Jimmy Swaggart. He's a fat, tan Mar-a-Lago. And his rallies and shit. I mean, he's not really evangelical, but he doesn't I don't know. Trump feels like tapped into like some kind of fucking intuition, and he's right about, certain like there's definitely certain things that like Trump is like a sage, like of meme culture or streaming or like Trump is definitely like way more of like a Gen Z politician in a crazy way. Like I don't know, up until Mamdani, like do the Democrats have like a Gen Z politician? Like maybe a AOC, I guess. Not really. So Christianity, I don't know. I mean, there's things that are good about it. It's weird that it's having kind of this resurgence among, that's an aspect of like this downtown literary scene, as a lot of them are like trad cath or whatever for some reason. God knows why, or at least that's like part of their iconography. There's a little bit of like a white people religion thing. To me, it's another thing that's like race, or it's almost like designed to divide people or to tribalize. The part of the problem with Christianity is they hate or there's sort of there's issues, or there's friction with Islam or with whatever it is. Their relationship with Israel is real weird, the Christian conservatives. And so they're used to create a political base and a power base for sketchy people a lot of the time.
opportunistic people, and it's done through this kind of like fucking, you know, boogeyman, imaginary Santa Claus figure that there's not really any proof, at least of the way that they describe it. I mean, I think if people are honorable in the way that they follow their religion and they're not like bigoted about it, I can respect that. I don't have any problem with that. If you're a Christian and you live by that, I respect that. I would say that I'm like an extreme Christian actually. I know that sounds nuts, but I feel like I'm probably like the most Christian fucking. Well, that thing that Rob Reiner said about Jesus, how the 60s were about Jesus because they were about peace and love, but there was a price. They all got killed for doing acid and making love and making great fucking music. The better your music was, the sooner you got killed. I'm sorry. It's just the law of nature. Your magic was too strong. And that energy definitely doesn't feel like it's a part of like the Republican Party. Jesus did say what? Love and the sword. Trump is more about the sword. And I don't know. It's in a certain way, the white Christians are like the most evil people of all. The Christmas, what does he call them in One Battle After Another? The Christmas something. That's like white Christian George Bush CIA. The Christmas Adventurers Club, or what they're called in One Battle After Another. The Christmas Adventurers Club. That's like the white colonizer, big game hunter, adventure, enterprising explorer with the big horn gun or whatever the hell that gun is they have. That big, what do they call that? A bull gun or something? Elephant gun? I think it's an elephant gun. Is that what an elephant gun is? Well, Jesus Christ, I wonder where Ashley is. I got an elephant gun. No, that's something else. Elephant gun's something else. Forget what they're called. What are those big guns called with the... So you think it limits progress? I don't know. I mean, I think in a weird... I mean, look how long it's lasted. And I think there's beautiful things about religion. I think it's beautiful that it exists. It's kind of curious how popular it is. I mean, I do think it's a form of social control. It's like Christianity, they wanted to group people into these economic units: husband, wife, children, farmers, get married, one woman, one man, or in fucking Mormons, it's like polygamy. So the religion is sort of like this agricultural handbook of poetry that like tries to organize, a society of people into a certain behavior and ground rules for, what's allowed. And its response, I guess, to what happened to them. It's a way of having something that like to go by. It's done a lot of harm, certainly. It's weird because like it did feel like there used to be like boomer, I don't know, there can be a certain, like, vehemence against religion. People are, like, really, like, atheists, like Bill Maher, right? He's, like, super atheist. He's super, like, judgmental of religious people. I don't find that energy quite as much anymore. I think religion people don't look at it quite as much as, like, the harmful, destructive I mean, look at Catholicism, the popes. I can't believe the quality of the popes that they've chosen, actually. The popes, I feel like, are actually very honorable men. Pope Francis and the current pope, I feel like both of them actually feel like really good people, which is a total surprise to me. I would not, have guessed that the Catholic Church would pick, like, actually good people to be the pope, actually. You'd think it'd be like the president or anything. It'd be some fucking horrible. But maybe now that the pope doesn't matter anymore and they just need to get people back into the religion. I don't there's still a billion fucking Catholics or whatever, you know. It's still, like, very powerful. It's still, like, very prevalent, but it also feels like people are breaking all the rules. People are having casual sex, they're drinking, they're, taking the Lord's name in vain. I remember when I was a little kid, if I said God in front of my grandma, I'd be like, say gosh or something. You're taking the Lord's name in vain. It's a blasphemy. You can't say God. You're taking the Lord's name in vain. Like my grandma's house was like very Catholic. And I saw the damage that that could do. I do think Catholicism, like, for a long time was a front for, like, you want to talk about child pedophile rings, like, that's Catholicism, you know? That's pretty fucked up, you know? 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, like, what the fuck were these priests doing then? If we're just finding out about it now, what the fuck were they doing then when there was no protection or awareness? And the priests could just do they were beating the children and stuff. It was like some weird kinky S&M child pedophilia cult. It doesn't feel quite that way anymore, you know. There's certain things like I went to church a fair amount growing up some of the time. I've been to church hundreds of times in my life. Easily hundreds. Maybe thousands, but definitely hundreds. And my impression of it was just like it was insanely boring. I've never been more bored in my life. I hated it. I fucking hated going to church. But now, looking back, I can kind of appreciate that boredom and I kind of yearn for that boredom now. And the atmosphere of that boredom, the atmosphere of the Catholic Church is like profound. Like Catholicism is so dramatic and theatrical, and those churches and the organs and the acoustics and the height and uh the pew, I mean, it's all insanely thematic, and those churches are like manufactured, mass produced, in that the narrative of the church, right? The church is sort of a way of compartmentalizing the story that's in the Bible. It goes with the Bible. The way the church is set up with the altar and the cross and the nave and there's certain design characteristics of churches that sort of contain the windows have the story of the crucifixion and the stained glass. It's like they're venues, really. They're concert venues. Oh yeah, Catholicism extremely goth. It's like Batman. It's like Gotham City. Um it's very ornamented. It's very, they focused all of their efforts on, they take hundreds of years to build these goddamn churches and stuff because it was, I mean, we just live in such a different time, like there isn't the threat, it's like people aren't dying in childbirth all the fucking time. It's like you're probably not going to die from some kind of infectious disease. Like we have penicillin, we have, sanitation, like we have birth control. Like there's so many differences. A lot of the design of the church is just to like keep people, keep society together with no, health care or, birth control at all. Religion, a lot of it is like the birth control. A lot of Catholicism, that's the whole point, is like trying to prevent just like pregnancy everywhere all the time, I guess. It's like it has to be with your wife and you save your virginity and all that. It's hard to imagine people living that way now, you know, unless they're incels and they don't have a choice. That's why they're tradcast. They're virgins anyway, so they might as well just be Catholic for real. They're getting they might as well get something out of not getting laid. But to me, in my own experience, like, I don't know. Life is more about the beauty of what's around us. Like, there's plenty of things that are religious type experiences that are supposedly off limits. And I don't like the way that religion sort of encourages people to look at life as like something that they're supposed to defer in anticipation of like a greater reward. I mean, I do think it's true that like this universe sucks or whatever. This planet sucks. We are on some kind of prison planet that's just like meant to like torture us till we surrender to sweet relief. JK, JK. Um, but it's rough out here. It's rough out here. And just, all the worst people get all the rewards, and life is full of cruel jokes at your expense, laughing right in your face constantly, belittling you and humiliating you with intimate knowledge of your pressure points and insecurities and flaunting them constantly. And we have a culture designed to do that, to accentuate that, to amplify that. Isn't it wonderful? Personally tailored insecurity montages for all your triggers, for all triggers you didn't even know you had. We're gonna cultivate your triggers so we can use them if we need to. Apparently, Endeavor cut the WWE's pyro budget. This is just another example of corporate cost-saving measures ruining a product. And this is another example of Vince McMahon knowing, you got to spend money to make money and there's bang for your buck. They don't realize they're shooting themselves in the foot by getting rid of the pyro, trying to cut corners to improve their shareholder whatever returns. They're tarnishing their product. They're diluting their product. Vince McMahon, he knew he put all of his whole ass into his product. He put all of his money back into his product because he loved it. He loved to do it. He loved the fucking pyro. Apparently, I heard this was fucking hilarious. Apparently, Vince McMahon loves AC/DC and the Rolling Stones. They're his two favorite bands, AC/DC and the Rolling Stones. And on the WWF private jet, apparently when they're flying late at night, Vince McMahon will like crank AC/DC when he's really stoked and like partying on the WWF private jet. Vince McMahon will crank that fucking AC/DC. That's an image right there. That's peak. See, that's masculinity to me. There's positive things to that. There's positive things to AC/DC and cock rock, okay? There's useful things for society. Metal and professional wrestling are so good together. Not this Megan the Stallion shit. Was Megan the Stallion on WWF? Yeah, a lot of the wrestlers look like Megan the Stallion. They all look like Ice Spice or something. That's the times. Is there a trans wrestler? How has there not been a trans wrestler? That's like not possible. And I would say China and who was her? Nicole Bass. That was early kind of, female. It was another kind of female body type that they were presenting. It wasn't just a bunch of bimbos like Sable. Like they had China. She was kind of buff, and Friday Night SmackDown theme song is Megan the Stallion. Wow. That sucks. What happened to, didn't they fire the guy? There was the one guy that made all the fucking music forever. I forget his name, but like he literally did all the goddamn theme songs. Jim something. To me, that was like as much a part of the WWF as anything, you know, was that guy's music. And the fact that it was that guy, he just had such a distinct, I don't know, he had kind of a simplified teenage cartoon view of he could put that into music. You know, he could personify these kind of cartoon characters. The Attitude Era. Yeah, I mean, I think that was part of what made it contemporary was they understood like we need to get like shitty new metal bands. We need to make the WWF Raw theme sound like, fuck, I don't listen to any of these bands, so I don't really know any of them. POD or something. I think I have it. Let me look at it real fast. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have the Raw intro. It's really because that became like the new working class white pissed off music. Pissed off white guys who work for a living. Oh yeah, I got to play this too. We don't got no goddamn band. This is good. We don't got no goddamn band. We don't need to fucking practice, Randy. We don't need a shit ass manager neither. You motherfuckers. Y'all just. We don't need to fucking practice, Randy. It's from Sling Blade. I don't know why that's funny. Okay, here it is. I don't want to get flagged for this. If you want to see Austin and McMahon, give me a hell yeah. Give me a hell yeah. Hold on. Here it is. I want to use this for the intro at the open mic. Remember this? Remember this? What the hell is this supposed to sound like? Three-Day Grace. There you go. Like, it's just some generic band that, like, no one ever heard from or heard of. There's some pyro right there. Pyro right off the bat. The fucking show starts with the goddamn pyro. You could tell McMahon loved that shit. McMahon was like, give me this goddamn fire. I need these explosions. That's just guy stuff. I need explosions. Yeah, listen to that. Remember that? Yeah, metalcore. Yeah, there you go. I want a whole CD of that type of music. Like, how angry do you have to be to go around listening to that all day? I don't know. Like, what's going on in your inner monologue that you're just like, it just sounds like frustration and anger. It sounds like what Rob Reiner's son probably was going through. No, I shouldn't. We love you, Rob Reiner. We love you, Rob Reiner. We really do. He's hilarious. If you will, rockumentary. The sights, the sounds, the smells. But I got that and a lot more, and a lot more, a whole lot more. Oh yeah, thrash metal. There you go, thrash metal. Things like I don't know. I mean, I just was never drawn as a guitar player for metal. It's like you need pedals for one thing. You need like some kind of distortion. You can't really play metal without distortion. It just sounds like surf music. And you need a BC Rich guitar, you need a Floyd Rose, and it's just more complicated. You need to learn like these medieval kind of scales and shit. It's all like Nirvana, okay. I mean, Nirvana, okay. Nirvana, I like. They're one of these things like One Battle After Another. I like them, but I think they're really overrated. Although, I mean, I do think what Kurt Cobain did was actually very idiosyncratic and interesting. And, you know, maybe people are right about Nirvana. If you actually listen to them, like it is kind of all there. Like what he was doing on guitar, the melodies of his songs are super memorable and hooky, but they're also like very advanced. His lyrics are very advanced. They're simple, but they're poetic. Um, they're unique. They're you know, you can tell he learned a lot everything from kind of records and he he took things from a lot of interesting sources. Um they applied kind of a hard sound to like what the you know, they really are doing like what the Pixies were doing in a certain way. They are kind of just like a little bit of a Pixies. Like you got it. I mean, you wouldn't have Nirvana without the Pixies, I don't think. Maybe I could be wrong about that, but Frank Black was I don't know. I don't study that music that closely. This is just kind of a general Rolling Stone record guide perspective of this because honestly, I'm just not drawn to listen to Nirvana. I don't love the guy's voice. I think it's cool, but I think he inspired so many bad singers. There's so much bad music from the late 90s and after. I mean, if you want to shit all over hair metal, like a lot of the Nirvana might be great, but every band that imitated them sucks. I'm sorry, but every band they influence like the worst people. People with like bad voices. Like almost all of the bands that imitate Nirvana like are garbage. I guess it's sort of like Tarantino where it's like he was a lot of imitators came up behind him, but I think he he has these really kind of he's almost like Beethoven or something in a way. Like there's a lot of melody running through Nirvana, but it's all very dark. To me, Nirvana is like all very monochromatic and dark. They're not like the Beatles where they have all these different instruments on their records. Like it's always guitar, drums, and it's like loud and it's you know, there's dynamics and stuff, but it's not really texturally doing a whole lot. There's no pianos, there's no, you know, synth it's very stripped down, it's very lean. There's a lot of power in what they're doing because there's a unity to it. Um But I also think the idea this is something I wanted to speak to as well. The idea that Nirvana, like, killed hair metal is not totally true. I think people sort of overlook the influence of Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses was the first I feel like the first band that was, like, sort of started out as sort of a hair metal-ish Sunset Strip, like Hairspray, but they stripped that image into something a lot grittier and a lot more kind of like raw. It was kind of like a Rolling Stones, like rocker thing, but like, you know, that was an increment before Nirvana. There's this narrative like Nirvana came and like killed hair metal or something. It's like it was sort of on its way. I don't know. Things were shifting. Um, And I think Guns N' Roses, like, they're not as interesting, like, in a certain way. Like Nirvana, what he's doing on guitar is very interesting, and they've got a lot of great songs, but it's sad to me to see all of these fucking young people walking around in Nirvana shirts because it's like, at this point, that was over 30 years ago. Like, Kurt Cobain has been dead for over 30 years. Like, if Nirvana was the last good thing that happened, like, that is fucking sad. Like, I don't it's not cool to like Nirvana, I don't feel like anymore. Like, everybody it's so old. Like, there's no way if like there needs to be some new thing that people can obsess over. And like in a certain way, Nirvana was the last like innovation, I guess, until maybe gangster rap. That was a little bit after that. Biggie and Tupac were a little after that. But to me, like organic innovation in music died sometime around like 1997. I know that sounds like an old person thing to say, but like truly, I don't think there has been a band like all the bands since then are sort of like retreads at best. Even things like Jack White or fucking Arctic Monkeys or Vampire Weekend or you name it, The Strokes, they're all just kind of retreads of shit. I mean, I don't know. Some of these bands, I guess like 21 Pilots or they're doing some crazy shit. There is some crazy shit out there. I just don't really like it. It all sounds super like digital and like fake millennial optimism. There's no like soul. I don't know. Maybe that's like reductive or something. Metallica were the original. There you go. Yeah, that's another excellent point. Metallica and all the other metal bands. Fucking Slayer or uh Anthrax. Like that stuff was definitely more pissed off, more kind of it was more like just angry men. Hair metal was kind of for chicks. Metallica was like pissed off alcoholics. um, even Guns N' Roses like kind of pretty. They have songs that are like kind of pretty. So I don't know. Like once again, I feel that there's certain bands that I feel that way about. Like Nirvana's one of them. Like they are great, but like I think they are slightly overrated, actually. Like Soundgarden, that dude is insanely talented. And I loved, when I was a kid, I remember all that music, watching it on MTV, Black Hole Sun, and it was exciting to like see it as it was happening. It really did feel like maybe it was just because I was young, but it felt like music was like bands were coming from everywhere. There was sort of a hippie vibe, like Woodstock 94, Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins had some dreamy, like lethargic, kind of lackadaisical, um, like songs. Uh, Blind Melon, Spin Doctors were kind of a hippie band, kind of upbeat, positive, funky, kind of a deadhead, hacky sack band. Um, Under the Bridge was kind of a dreamy song and a classic. I mean, when Under the Bridge came out, it was like, whoa, this is a fucking. And the music video was incredible. Iconic music video somehow. Um, Even Green Day. I mean, even Green Day was like amazing at the time, or it felt like this exciting new thing. They weren't as interesting necessarily as Nirvana, but Nirvana, I don't, it's so like implosive. It's just so like full of anger and like, like I said, with the Beatles, you have this kind of message that you can walk away with that like was thought out and like and kind of like encouraging. With Nirvana, I don't know. It's more nihilistic. It's depressing. Like it's cynical in a way. I'm surprised they're as popular as they are because to be honest, they feel like kind of an esoteric thing. They're like this activist, like it's almost like they're some like Portlandia band or something. Like they're like this, woke. I'm sure Nirvana, Kurt Cobain was sort of woke, from Pacific Northwest. Like that's where a lot of that like really weird, left wing kind of stuff comes from. Sleater Kinney or Miranda July or because we never saw Kurt Cobain pass his peak, so we remember at his peak. Yeah, I mean he was one of the last people, along with Biggie and Tupac, that sort of lived that 27 club. Maybe Elliott Smith, I guess. To me, Elliott Smith is not quite as idiosyncratic as Nirvana, but he's powerful and he's remembered. He's like a legend. And people really have he has this staying power. Uh that's true. Maybe Nirvana would have been like Weezer. They would have put out two good albums and then they just would have made like kind of, you know, watered down shit for the rest of their career. Jimi Hendrix, yeah, exactly. Tool, Black Sabbath. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as a guitar player, a lot of these bands are doing stuff. If it's not like just basic chords, I tend to be drawn to that type of music. Music that you can sort of figure out and not just like a bunch of riffs. Like Nirvana is kind of just a bunch of riffs, actually. And a lot of their chord changes, they're kind of interesting and they do sound unique, but it's just not my cup of tea. That song Lounge Actors, it's just like this is not as I'm sorry, it's just not as good as the Beatles. And there's any number, I feel like there's a lot of like maybe Nirvana is maybe aesthetically more interesting than the Replacements, but I would definitely rather listen to the Replacements. They're kind of a similar sound, but Nirvana's riffs and stuff are kind of more mysterious. Nirvana is almost like one of these dyslexic bands where it's like you can't really explain how he wrote those guitar parts because there's, like I said, they're more like. But you got to understand, like all those bands from that era, like lived through the '80s. They lived through like goth, like The Cure, and New Wave, and New Order, and Jesus and Mary Chain. Like there was a goth aspect and a dark side to like the '80s. It wasn't just all spandex and, hairspray. There was, Husker Du or fucking, what is Ashley doing? She just does whatever she wants. What about Tad? Yeah, Killing Joke. Isn't like Come As You Are, like the riff, isn't that Killing Joke? It's literally a Killing Joke riff. The Smiths, another example, like the Smiths. Like the Smiths, Nirvana's attitude is not really that far off from like Morrissey. And Johnny Marr is just like a beast. It's hard to, I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that the Smiths were like, people got Morrissey tattoos. People like are religious about goddamn the Smiths. I want to look like Morrissey. I wish I was reading Morrissey's autobiography the other day, and it's actually really good. I would love to read it. It was actually phenomenal. Dave Grohl, there you go. Went on to drum for Killing Joke in the early 2000s. See, they knew it. Like Nirvana wasn't just coming out of nowhere. People act like they were just like the only fucking thing that mattered from that era. It's like, what about all these bands we're mentioning? The Pixies, the Smiths, fucking Pavement, David Berman. Like, are Silver Jews as interesting musically as Nirvana? Like, probably not, but I don't ever want to listen to Nirvana. I never put Nirvana on just like by myself. Like, usually some songs will like grab my ear and kind of like they'll go into my rotation. Nirvana, to me, they almost just sound like generic. There's so many bands that tried to sound like them, and to be honest, you can kind of sound like Nirvana. You can kind of go and play some like riffs that are just like somebody just picked up the guitar and they don't know what they're doing at all. That's what those riffs are. Like Come As You Are, if you don't know how to play guitar, it's going to be the first thing you play because it's all down here. Oasis is another band that like they were a retread. They wrote some awesome songs, but they didn't invent anything. Like Oasis, all they did was try to be the Beatles and add some like 70s arena rock kind of guitar treatment. It's like a big post-grunge Beatles ripoff. And like they're awesome. Don't get me wrong, like I love Oasis. They're another band that's like, it's crazy to see people like that excited that they're reuniting. It's like, it's just two guys. Like, they're not doing anything else. Like, they don't get me wrong, like they wrote some like amazing anthemic songs. Their lyrics are great. The chord changes are great. You can tell he's just playing basic guitar shit. It's not like Nirvana, where it's all these weird, illiterate guitar parts. But he made it work. To me, Kurt Cobain's almost more like classical or something. It was like I could probably figure out any Oasis song on guitar probably immediately, maybe. And they do have great lyrics and great melodies and shit. So why not? Why not just keep writing classic songs? Doesn't hurt. But that's part of what I like about them is they're like the old bands. It's just like E minor, D, G, C. It's not like some funky like metal riff or something with a weird scales and shit. It's like major scale. That's it. Minor scale, major scale. Alice in Chains I never really listened to. My brother Max is really into them. He knows more about this. He knows a lot about music, to be honest. He's probably listened to way more stuff than I have. And the people that are really like grunge fans say that Alice in Chains is actually the best grunge band. Jerry Cantrell or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I like I said, I know Man in a Box, which admittedly is a massively awesome song. You got to love Man in a Box. To me, I'd probably rather listen to Man in a Box than anything by Nirvana. I don't know. I just would not really listen to Nirvana for fun. Maybe there will probably be some day where I go all in on Nirvana and just like listen to everything and just like fall in love, and finally I'm like, "Oh, I get it. Yes, they are." Like P.T. Anderson was like that for me. Like I really didn't like him forever, but now I'm kind of like, "Oh, I kind of get it." Nirvana feels immature. Yeah, I mean, it even Smells Like Teen Spirit is really just like a Louie Louie ripoff. It's not really anything coming out of nowhere. It's like it's sort of a pastiche. Red Hot Chili Peppers or Pearl Jam. Like for that generation, those bands were dope. Like, and they do have some great songs. Like, I will listen to some Pearl Jam songs. I'll listen to, if they're playing like Red Hot Chili Peppers, like I won't listen to it personally. I won't put it on, but like they have some good songs. I like Music Is My Aeroplane. And Pearl Jam, I've started to get into some of their stuff a little bit. And I can see why, like the older Pete Townsend or whoever probably saw Pearl Jam was like, yeah, these guys are awesome. This is the next thing. And it didn't really, equal what they did, but it's cool that they're still around and they're still playing. But yeah, we're all living in the shadow of that music, Pink Floyd and um ooh, shit. Looks like Lex Luthor just crippled this guy. He just suplexed him onto his fucking head. I'm back into Beefheart. Wow, really? Adam S is into Beefheart. Nice. Now that's some real shit right there. You're not fucking around. If you're listening to Captain Beefheart, you are absolutely not fucking around. Like people who listen to Zappa, like, okay, you're not serious yet. If you're listening to Captain Beefheart, like you are welcome to the enlightenment. The dark enlightenment. I had a Beefheart stage a few years ago. It was liberating. I mean, I would say System Lord and Wavetable were definitely hugely influenced by Beefheart. I listen to the Captain, it feels like I need therapy, then I pull back. So I think maybe I started listening to that when I was in Holy Smokes. There were certain aspects of Holy Smokes because Beefheart is like this trance of it's like this crazy mesh. It's rhythmically driven, but it's like in a totally different transom than all the other music of that era. It's more kind of like fourth dimensional. Most music is kind of just doing this. It's like a train that's kind of like pup, 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 whereas Beefheart is more like this weird like environmental tent or something, like weather, like one of those misting tents. You got to be dad rock / metal. I mean, I don't even know how you would tab out like Zappa. You can tab that. Beefheart is sort of like noise music. I think Captain Beefheart is from the desert somewhere outside of LA. There's something about, when he grew up, I think he was, like, really isolated in the middle of the desert and kinda just, like I don't remember, it's been a while since I really was deep into Beefheart, Bat Chain Puller, and, I mean, some of that shit is really crazy. His paintings are really good. He was somebody that just, like, was an artist, you know, like, he really had a, you know, like David Lynch or something, you know, like, everything he did kinda had a his touch and sort of like you're saying, this kind of, like, foreign alien viewpoint. Black Sabbath is another band that, like, I've never really listened to extensively. I tried to listen to them a little bit more when Ozzy died because one of the bartenders at KGB a while ago, he said his favorite band was Black Sabbath. And I was like, this is a pretty hip guy. Like, let's see what this is about. Like, yeah, Captain Beefheart and David Lynch, their art kind of seems similar in a way. It's really just these powerful kind of unconscious images or something. Um, and so I like, you know, I'm familiar with like the giant Black Sabbath songs, and they are like, I don't think you can deny that Black Sabbath was like this crucially important band and like hooks. You know, they're a pop band in a weird way. And in that sense, they were sort of like a precursor because now metal is so mainstream. You know, metal is kind of the normal guitar music in a way. And Black Sabbath was like writing, you know, pentatonic or minor kind of riffs, more like metal, more like, I don't know, super hooks, and the lyrics are great. I don't know. They're one of those bands that like you can see this like Ozzy and being born, these awesome personalities sort of like pulling themselves into existence. You know, these were guys that just like worked in a fucking factory. And the crazy part, like Tommy Iommi, something happened to his fingers. I don't remember what you know, something happened in some fucking, I don't remember, but the ends of his fingertips were like gone or something. So he had to, when he plays guitar, he puts these plastic fucking things on his fingers and he has to tune the guitar down. And so one of the reasons why Black Sabbath sounds the way they do is because like the dude literally doesn't have fingertips. And so they used a disadvantage to their own advantage. And that kind of stuff is kind of curious. You know, how life just kind of like falls into place in some kind of weird way. And they're another band that's sort of like Nirvana to me, where like their riffs are just kind of too dark sounding. I'm just not really into that. Nirvana and Black Sabbath do kind of seem kind of similar in a way. People give Nirvana so much fucking credit though. It's really I think especially now we need to really cling to anything from the past that felt like larger than life and like a legend, and like they touched some kind of like new expression. And to me, I don't know, in a certain way, the Beastie Boys are probably equally interesting musically, maybe even more so. I think the Beastie Boys are sort of underrated. I think they were actually like way ahead of their time because they are hip hop, but they're also kind of like a sound collage. I mean, I suppose all hip hop is, but the Beastie Boys in particular feel like collage artists, and um, you know, they embrace kind of the technology and the sound of the future I don't know, and the way a lot of their beats work and stuff is more kind of circular than riff-based rock music or something. Not that they necessarily have, like, I don't know, moving ballads or something. Yeah, Tool is a band that, my friends that are really into metal, like, Tool is kind of the ultimate. My friend John Ryan, like, Tool is, like, his favorite fucking band. He just saw 'em in Japan. He said it was, like, the best or something, I don't know. I think it used to be kinda rare. I think, like, Tool used to, like, not play that much live, but, uh, Tool is another thing that, like, it's just not really I don't know. The kind of music I like genre-wise is more old-fashioned and kind of corny and simple. Metal is a little too complicated. It's a little too fast. It's too much stimulation. It's too angry. And like I said, in a lot of metal, it's like it's really all you're hearing is guitars. You're just hearing distorted guitars. The drums are playing so fucking fast that Tool has some really amazing textures and things. They do seem like they're doing something interesting. I would listen to them more just to see what it's about, but I don't know. There's just certain things that don't grab you. My this guy I worked with recommended Mr. Bungle to me a while ago, and it just wasn't necessarily my thing. I like listening to interesting music. I mean, that's what I was trying to do with Wavetable and System Lord was like something that was a little more uh, new and adventurous and just like to me it's interesting to hear uh, bands do it in some other way. Like who are we talking about? Like Captain Beefheart, right? It's just so different that what you're saying is I feel like most guys live in that they're listening to those bands. Iron Maiden, Tool, Metallica. Iron Maiden, all I know is the guy Bruce Dickinson or whatever is like a fucking doctor and he's like a pilot or something. He flies the band to all their gigs. So I'm curious about Iron Maiden. They have that like mascot or whatever that's on all their album covers. I forget the name. But it's the Steiners. I don't even know what Iron Maiden does Run for the Hills, which I like, but I'm also kind of surprised that's as popular as it is. Iron Maiden, I'm not that familiar with. I don't, like I said, I don't, uneducated musicians like Beefheart usually fail, but he created his own genre. Yeah. I heard something about he would just like play with his musicians for like weeks and weeks. Like they all lived in some house in the desert together. And he would just like force his band to just like play and play and play until they reach some kind of weird groove. And I think he was very sculptural. That's what I like about his sound is like he's thinking about it more in space as a painting rather than he literally knew nothing. He played piano with his elbows. I mean, you can kind of feel that actually. And I think, if you look at me in Wavetable or System Lord, that's kind of what I do. I mean, even playing piano at the open mic, it's a lot of time it's banging on the keys. Banging on the keys. Where is that coming from? That noise. His bandmates feared him. What is that? Is that my fucking filling buzzing or something? Captain Beefheart. When I first came to New York, I went to the Poetry Project Marathon, and it was right after when Captain Beefheart died. He had just recently died. And like a lot of the people who won on stage talked about Captain Beefheart. Don Van Villay is his real name. They knew him or they were inspired by him. They all fucking mentioned Captain Beefheart. Trout mask replica. I mean, that's like a Dada kind of thing. That's like a surrealistic pillow. So maybe Captain Beefheart was Machiavellian. He was an end justify the means guy. I mean, some of their blues covers are pretty good. If you listen to them play Down in the Bottom, or Captain Beefheart is one of the few people that can do Howlin' Wolf songs, and he sort of can do it. And you can tell Tom Waits probably learned a lot from Captain Beefheart. Tom Waits kind of adopted more of a Beefheart approach in his later 80s, 90s, whatever years. Because if you watch Tom Waits in the 70s, he's like a lounge act. He's like jazzy, it's like listening to beat jazz. Hello. You're here already? Oh my God. Okay. All right. I gotta go. Thank you for watching. This is probably the biggest marathon session I've ever had. 5 people. Wow. All right. Well, I'll be back on soon, everybody. Come see me Friday at this gallery in South Slope. I'll be reading some kind of poetry. I got to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. All right. Thank you for watching, everybody. Have a great Christmas. All right. Thank you, Adam S. Thanks for watching. Have a nice shift. We'll talk soon. Happy Hanukkah, everybody. And stay safe. Stay warm.